what a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Look at this from Ham. That is special. Now the ball, 164 for the big nine. Double four, Johnny Barnes for a bull shot of his own. And he's got a ton plus out now.
See the face, you know exactly who it is. It is that recognisable.
For double five, another. Group A has very much lived up to the expectation here at the Modus Super Series, and today we will have a winner of the group. Very good morning, welcome along, and thank you for joining us here at the Modus Live Lounge to see the culmination of Group A. Scott Mitchell is alongside me once again, and Scott, it's been a cracking week so far.
Yeah, it really has. We built it up on Monday morning as a stacked group, and that's exactly how it's turned out to be, with probably the guy at the bottom of the group averaging somewhere near he would be winning groups elsewhere. So it's been that strong a week.
Yeah, if you happen to miss any of the action over the previous 2 days, let's take a look at the table. As we can see there, Steve Beaton still your overnight leader, as he was overnight on Monday, but it's only on leg difference now, ahead of Jensen Walker, who had a flying day yesterday. But Lee Evans just off the pace there, 2 points behind the leading pair. And even Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes at the bottom of the table there, Scott, as you were saying, they haven't done much wrong.
They haven't done much wrong, and the averages and their doubling stats would indicate that. It's just that they've been outplayed at a certain point in time in the game, and the top guys have managed to turn them over, but I think they have a chance to sort of cause a few surprises today because they're averaging high enough and they're playing well enough.
It was shaping up to be Jensen Walker's day yesterday until the very last match of yesterday's session, and Steve Beaton whitewashed young Walker and was showing the young man who's boss.
Yeah, Jensen had sort of reeled off 590 averages on the trot from the end of the Monday to yesterday, but in this one, the old dog was really teaching the young pup some new tricks.
He certainly was. I mean, as you rightly say there, Jensen was in flying form prior to that match, and not least with this 164 out.
Yeah, he's one of those players. He's a confidence player. Jensen's a thinking person's player, and he thinks about the game all the time, and he knew that he was playing well. And when he's playing well, those shots go.
Just to highlight the standard that's been played in the previous 2 days in this group, let's take a look at the averages from yesterday's session. And 4 out of the 6 players averaging over 90 for the whole of yesterday's play. And even Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes, their average sort of stacks up as well. But Steve Beaton, nearly 96 across the day yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Those averages, Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes, they'd be sort of hanging out around, two in position 2, 3, and 4 in any other group. They're just unfortunate they're in this group. But for me, the Jensen Walker average there, the 90.91, he lost to Steve Beaton last game yesterday with a 76. So for me, that 90 would be up around a 95, right level with Beaton. So that's more of a sign of how well Jensen's been playing.
Yeah, he really was in flying form prior to that final game of the day there. Let's take a look at how the bookmakers have it then for the final day of Group A, where we'll be crowning a winner of the group this afternoon. Steve Beaton, 7-4 favourite. Jensen Walker, 2-1. But Lee Evans, as we said, they're just 2 points off the top spot in there at 100-30.
I think that's the value here in this one. I've known Lee Evans for a long time. The man from Swindon doesn't roll over and have his belly tickled very often. And he's only 2 points off. And if you actually look at the fixtures, he's first up today against the bottom man. So he can go level with them early doors and start pressuring the top two.
Drama assured then on the final day of Group A. And speaking of Lee Evans, he takes on Johnny Barnes in our opening match this morning. And earlier on, I caught up with Lee. Lee Evans, day 3 of Group A. How do you think the first 2 days have gone for you so far?
I was quite pleased with the first day. Scoring was really good. Just a couple of missed doubles, I think, just cost me being a bit higher in the group. Yesterday was just a massive struggle, I thought, but I was glad to get out there with 3 wins, to be fair.
Yeah, you're there at the bouts, aren't you? Just 2 points off the top. So if one of those front pair, you're ready to pounce.
It is, but like there's a bunch of lads back there, and we all seem to be beating each other, some of them, and like a few upsets today. Like it could all go back to front, really.
Now, as if Group A wasn't enough for you, you went and played in an ADC event last night. How did that go?
It was a massive struggle getting there, absolutely worn out. I wish I didn't enter it really, but I actually got better as the night went on, and I felt a bit better. But yeah, that's the first hour there was really draining, to be fair.
And what is the mindset coming into today? Are you preparing for a potential Group B campaign, or have you still got your eyes very much on taking top spot?
Oh, definitely top spot. I could do with 2 days off, to be fair, after doing that ADC last night. Yeah, definitely go for the win for today, definitely.
And what would it mean to you to qualify for Champions Week?
Yeah, but same as always, really. Just try winning every game. I want to win every game, and just try winning on Saturday as well. The main thing is just to get to Saturday, but yeah, get that done first. I need to get there first.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Here we go then, the final day of Group A. There'll be drama assured. As we take a first look at the stage this morning, Lee Evans and Johnny Barnes, who's been desperately unlucky over the previous 2 days. But make no mistake about it, Barnes will be a threat over the next 2 days, most likely in Group C. But Lee Evans, as we heard there, as if Group A wasn't enough for him, he went and played in an ADC last night. Will that improve his form, which has already been rock solid, to be fair, already? Or will he be feeling a little bit fatigued? Even when I was speaking to Lee this morning, his hands were already well chalked. But Evans has a big opportunity straight away here to get on par with the leading pair. No days off. Owen Binks is our referee,
First leg,
as he has been throughout this group and will be for the rest of the week as well. As Evans has the darts in this opening match. And Scott Mitchell.
85.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Evans is your man today.
I know him really well, and I just think
100.
that if he can convert the games that he's been playing for the first 2 days, I think he could go, win 4 or 5 games today.
83.
But I think of those 4 wins, he's got to turn Walker over and he's got to turn Beaton over. So, although I do fancy his chances, he's got to win
59.
those big games. And I think yesterday he was one of the ones that beat Steve Beaton. And I think he beat Jensen on the first day. So it's not that it's not there.
47.
It's more than capable. It's can he do it under the pressure? But this is his biggest pressure game to start the day, because Johnny Barnes being sat at the bottom, he has a massive
100.
opportunity here to jump up onto 14 points with the top 2 and make them have a little glance over their shoulder and pressure them having to win their first games as well. And Steve Beaton, well, he takes on Ricardo Ham, and Jensen Walker's got a
96.
tricky little tie against Van der Velde. So we could see movement in the first 3 games this morning.
140.
We absolutely could, and Johnny Barnes will be looking to play the role of spoiler, I feel, today. Finally got the monkey off his back and got that elusive win yesterday.
102.
And he will be a threat, as I said there, in the next 2 days. Probability suggests that he'll be
34.
taking his place in
Required
Group C
50.
alongside Richie Edwards, Adam Smith-Neal and David Pallett, who join the party tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, whoever drops into
Games
that
on the
group, what a
first
group
leg,
that's going to
Lee
be. And
Evans.
Evans, first blood to him.
Second leg
Holds
is Johnny
throw.
to throw first. Game on. 180.
And there's prime example of Johnny Barnes.
Like I said yesterday, how could you not like the Barnstormer? I like his name already.
Evans, though, firing straight back.
140.
So many key matches across the morning and this
55.
afternoon that will involve Lee Evans. He's beaten Steve Beaton twice already this week.
60.
And Beaton himself has got the better of Jensen Walker twice already this week as
58.
well.
Yeah, and you feel that their head-to-heads are really going to decide the day and where the group goes, don't you? And like you say, if Johnny Barnes can jump in, and Ricardo Ham can jump
85.
in and throw a spanner in the works, I'm sure they will, because I'm sure they've been playing that long that these
60.
sorts of things have happened to them locally in local tournaments, and I just think there's some there could be some strange goings on here today in this Group A to finish on day 3.
96.
It
Johnny
has all the
140.
likelihood of it with the averages and the double stats and everything that we look at. It says it's likely.
128.
And here we go with Johnny.
We
Look,
require 120.
super 128 set up there for double 10, meaning that Evans has got to take this 120, and he knows that's a blocker.
So much so, he had to divert to the bull route.
48. Johnny required 20.
And Johnny Barnes returns for 210s. Good guide.
I think the look on his face tells us everything on that one. 2 right on the wire.
Game
Oh,
shot in the second
superb.
leg. Johnny
Third
Barnes.
dart from Johnny Barnes. If
Third
you're
leg
not a
is
dart
Lindsay
player and you're
Trophy.
watching this, or even if you are, to put 2 on the wire like that, your head is telling you, wow, how am I going to get that in there? How am I so close and it hasn't already gone in? So everything negative is going through your mind to tell you
46.
that last dart cannot go in. And what a dart it was. Straight in, off the flight, which was good. Risky move, because we know off of these more
140.
solid plastic flights, we can get deflectors anywhere. But that one went in his favour, used it nicely, and it was kind to him.
And considering the week
100.
he's had as well, when you see the first 2 efforts at double, so close.
85.
But he's shown great character, hasn't he, Johnny Barnes? Lee Evans
92.
was in good form this morning when I spoke to him. Would you have been going off to play an ADC event
140.
after a full 2 days play in the live lounge?
I would have done if I was his age. Not my age now. No, I couldn't. Yeah, no, I need my rest and my bed. But hey, there was a day that I used to play 5 days a week, and a pool league 1 night a week, and we had
127.
Sundays off,
Johnny
a
required
day of rest.
136.
Well, Johnny Barnes is giving Evans something to think about.
96. Lee
And this
require 136.
Doesn't come as a big shock to us, as we've mentioned plenty of times before. Johnny Barnes, he's going to really try and disrupt things today, as Evans just
96.
finds the second
Lee
treble
require 40.
elusive there, and Barnes again a good guide.
No score.
Wrong bed,
Lee
for the
require
Barnstormer.
40.
and that's a big let off for Lee Evans.
Game shot on the third
It was only a
leg.
let off if Evans
Brilliant.
was able to convert, and he's done that. And once again,
Fourth leg, it's Johnny.
we're
to
saying
go
that Johnny
first.
Barnes can compete
Game
with
on.
anybody, and I firmly believe that. But he's got to take his opportunities. And
70.
had he been on a couple more wins, I think that goes. That's the way I feel about it. I think he has the confidence to take that out.
$100. $100.
Johnny Barnes undeterred, though. Evans really has the bit between his
83.
teeth. He wants those 2 days off. Steve Beaton wants those 2 days off.
41.
I don't think Jensen Walker would mind 2 days off either. Elected to stay there to chase the maximum instead of switching.
$100. $60.
So with Evans not finding a treble, Johnny Barnes can once again
140.
try and
Lee
just
require
make Evans think about
123.
things, as it's Evans' turn to chase a break. Won't get a shot now. So Barnes will return for what could prove to be a crucial hold of throw.
83. Johnny require 50.
Going the tops route then. Back to tens.
Game shot on
And
the
there you
full
have it.
flag. Johnny Barnes.
It's Desmond.
Fifth flag, it's Lee to throw first.
It's Desmond, but he could be 3-1 up.
Game on.
I'm sure he's well aware. Barnes isn't
81.
feeling sorry for himself. Which I could imagine it would have been very easy to do, just to rue your luck and get bogged down. But
28.
yes, there's been some frustrating times, as that visit was, but he's always come back firing as Johnny Barnes, and that has to be admired.
Yeah, bounce back ability is what they call it,
140.
particularly in the adversity that he's been having to face. It's remarkable, really. You know,
57.
we've seen some of these Group A campaigns, and the tail end Charlie just is there as the whipping boy, and he just doesn't look like even winning legs by the last day. But Johnny Barnes has opened up here, but bearing in mind Lee Evans is only 2 points off the top. He's more than competing.
100.
So if you're not overly familiar with the format here at the Modus Super Series, the winner of Group A
60.
goes straight through to finals night on Saturday, where you could be here with us. Dartshop.tv,
140.
the website to go to for
Lee
your
require
tickets.
160.
Plenty of events on there for you over the course of the next month or so at least.
85.
A big 140 there from Johnny Barnes to keep him in it, and he continues to be a pest to Evans in this game, and continues to be a pest.
Lee requires 75.
Evans will know this is a real crucial moment of this match. Decision time. Went for the old double-double there on
39.
18s, but
Johnny require 40.
now he has to hope that Barnes
Yeah,
misses,
he's on
which
the
he
fifth
very
leg.
much does
Johnny
not. The Barnstormer is in business this morning.
He is, and
It's
to
Johnny
be,
to
let's
throw
be fair, he
first.
should be shaking hands at
Game
4-1 and wandering off, and good for the 4-1.
Well, this leg will be very interesting because
85.
it's on the Barnes throw. He's now favourite for this match, but a couple of times over the past 2 days, this is where things have started to go wrong for Barnes. As the finish line's in sight, he just tends to feel it a little bit.
And that's not us being rude. I think we're
60.
fair to say we are perfectly fair to say that's what's been happening to him. Getting to the climax of the games, and he's then started to
45.
allow these errors to creep in, and we're seeing it again now. Tickets are available
98.
for Saturday night's finals night. If you just scan on The Q code there. It will take you straight to the website.
125.
And you'll be able to obtain your tickets for Saturday night's final. If it's anything like this Group A has been, it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, you really have to be here. You get the chance to meet Scott Mitchell as well.
78.
Yes, I'm having a couple of days rest, but I'll be back Saturday night. Always here for the big ones.
95.
Yeah, tomorrow and Friday, Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson return after some well-deserved days off for those pair.
47.
Henry
Johnny and require 151.
was playing in the same ADC tournament last night that Lee Evans was involved in. More on that later as Johnny Barnes eyes tops.
111.
That would have been a barnstormer.
Oh, and he moved the blade wire as well. You see it kink down. And Evans here really is staring a defeat in the
21.
face. And you can see from
Johnny
that 21 and the
40.
resigned look on his face. Is this a turning point in Evans's day?
No score.
I mean, he'll be back, but that was so unlucky.
Sometimes it's not good to have time.
Evans once again
Johnny
unable to
require
find a
40.
treble. We thought Lee Evans had the potential to play the disruptor role, but it's Johnny Barnes so far, which
Johnny Barnes.
suffers Lee Evans a huge hammer blow in his bid to win Group A, and Johnny Barnes is in business, the Barnstormer, and gets his win in the opening match of the morning. He deserves that. Barnes will be a threat over the next 2 days, there is no doubt about it. He starts with a 4-2 win over Lee Evans. Coming up after the break, it's Jensen Walker against Jurjen van der Velde.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back. As we had a bit of a shock in our opening match of this day 3. The final day of Group A, of course, and Johnny Barnes' 4-2 win over Lee Evans, who was poised to join Jensen Walker and Steve Beaton at the top of the table. Walker now going head-to-head with his youth compatriot, Jurjen van der Velde of the Netherlands, making his Super Series debut this week. He's been solid, Van der Velde. Been unfortunate at times, but both of these players, I imagine, will know full well about the head-to-head record so far this week, and Jensen Walker will be very happy with it so far. He's won both matches against Van der Velde so far, and we've already seen
it's Jensen to throw first.
the form of
Game
one
on.
head-to-head go out the window this morning. Could we be about to see another, I wonder?
Do you know what? I'm going to put my head on the line here and say, no, I don't think so. I think Jensen knows he has a chance here. We keep on about
60.
how he's one of those guys that thinks about the game, studies the game. For some, you would advise them to not do that.
100.
But I think if you take that away from Jensen's game, then that causes him all sorts of problems. He likes to know where things are going wrong. He likes to know why he hasn't thrown it correctly.
60.
He likes to know what point in the game it got away from him and why, so that he can rectify those mistakes.
100.
I mean, Jensen himself really played some scintillating stuff yesterday, didn't he? I was speaking to him this morning, just said he ran out of steam in the end against Beaton as Van der Velde fills it up
180.
for the first maximum of this match.
84.
Jensen was power scoring, some huge ton-plus checkouts as well, a couple of 136s combined with a 164.
45.
And
Jensen
he was,
require
I think it's fair to say,
170.
player of the day yesterday.
Yeah, head and shoulders above. And he was just a little bit unfortunate. I think had he had beaten Steve Beaton last night, or last game yesterday afternoon, I think that we'd have seen a different Jensen today and he'd have raced off into the sunset.
56.
Don't get me wrong.
Jensen require 60.
I still think he could do that, but I think that depends on the result of this game.
Game show on the first leg.
And that
Jensen
first
Walker.
start there at 60 where he threw it to the right-hand side of the 20 on purpose just
Second
shows
leg,
that how
throw
confident
first.
he is at the
Game.
moment. He can pretty much put that dart, do whatever he wants with it. Got a lot of time for Jensen.
100.
Really nice guy, really nice kid, and obviously done a bit with England with him, and
59.
you know, Dad going with him and supporting him. He's it's a big thing, the support network you have away from the board, and you need somebody that's just going to be honest with you. And I mean, I've had times where I've come off the board and I've gone, oh, I was just like, I just wasn't quite there, and I didn't play too bad, and my wife would go,
58.
today you were rubbish. Sometimes you need the voice of reason, and other times when you're going, you're rubbish, she'll come to me and say, no, actually, you were all right today. You weren't that bad. There was just a couple of turning points that you lost. Because you see the game totally different when you're playing in it to when you're watching it as an innocent bystander. And you need that help sometimes. And when I first started on the circuit and started going on my own, all the time up to then, I'd had somebody with me. And I'd come off the board and they would, you know, it'd be one of my best mates or whatever. And we'd do tournaments together. And and they go, no, actually, you weren't too bad today. And when you go onto the circuit and stop having any of that,
57.
you really don't know what you're doing. You're on your own, and then you've got to work it all out for yourself. And that's when you start learning the game, because otherwise you start to rely on the people away from you who are watching the game for trying to work out what you're doing wrong. And I found myself up on stage, not letting it go right or anything, and looking at my daughter in the crowd going, what am I doing wrong? So you have to work it out yourself.
Yeah,
so I don't
you're
think the
right.
way that Jensen does it is a bad thing. Not for the long term, anyway.
Van der Velde also. No slouch
91.
himself. He's,
Jensen, you require 130.
and speaking to him yesterday, got the impression he was a real good guy as well, Jurgen, as Jensen Walker now looks for his first tumpless out of the day.
Yeah, you require 80.
Just slightly going awry, and Van der Velde returns and is going to split here for double four. Laser focus
on the
from the young
second leg.
Dutchman to bring us level.
Van der Velde. So
You can see the determination on his face. He is a charming young man. He's an absolute warrior on the board. But when you talk to him, he's a bit of a baby-faced assassin, isn't he?
96.
Well, I'm sure he himself is aware of the head-to-head record between himself and Jensen Walker this week, which is very much not in his favour. And
139.
make these artificial rivalries, don't you, in weeks such as this? And the two youngsters,
100.
Van der Velde himself, world youth runner-up, and just both want to say, well, I'm the best of the youth here.
You're exactly right, and you do create these little mini rivalries between yourselves that probably the rest of the darting fraternity don't even know about. You know, there are head-to-head records on players, and you're fully aware of them, especially if you're on the wrong end of them. You're not always aware of them when you're on the right end of them. Jensen mentioned earlier that he got to a quarterfinals of the Challenge Tour and got beat by me, and I can't remember beating him. You never remember the ones you win.
Yeah,
Oh, he remembers it all right.
47.
Van der Velde has the chance to break. Just has to shuffle and shimmy across.
31.
Just goes wide,
Jensen,
and
you
that's
require
a
90.
reprieve for Walker, who returns for 90. We'll get a shot at the centre of the board.
65.
Just goes wide.
Yeah, you
I
require
remember it at
60.
Challenge Tour final I had. I lost to Christian Kiss, and he hit a 9 darter against me. And in the semi-final, I won the semi-final against James Hurrell, and he hit a 9 darter against me as well. I was like, oh yeah.
Game on the third leg.
How's that gone in?
Van der Velde.
I thought it missed, but no, it's in, and
Fourth leg,
it's a breaker throw, and
game on.
he's definitely in the ascendancy here.
We were both in shock there. Couldn't believe it when Owen called game shot.
97.
As always, though, Owen absolutely spot on.
177.
Sheer class from Jensen.
$96.
Yeah, nice little shot there we caught of Owen, calling a 177.
59.
What most people don't realise, the referee all the referees have a different 180 call, but they also have a different call for like a 177 or a 174, or because they're quite special. Those ones, the ones because you don't do them very as often as you do a 180.
Yeah, they're a rarity on the old show reel, aren't they?
You ask me who my favourite referees 180 is, I will tell you Paul Hinks every day of the week. Which of my referees is my favourite 174 call? It has to be Anthony Dundas, Scottish referee. His 174 is legendary.
Yeah, you're going to require 124.
Mainly because all the refs used to have a little wager on who would call the most 174s in a World Champions Week or whatever.
Van der Velde with a bull finish.
Jurjen van der Velde.
And all of a sudden, as we saw in the previous game,
Jensen to throw
Lee
first.
Evans didn't want to go top of the
Game
table. And Jensen Walker now is staring down the barrel. And Steve Beaton, who hasn't even played a game yet, can't believe his luck.
He cannot believe his luck. It's like he's dropped a piece of toast and it's fell butter side up.
$81.
Sounds as though you're speaking from experience there. What did you have for breakfast this morning?
Loads.
54.
I should have asked how many breakfasts.
No, I my fruit and my little oaty mix with it. I do like that first thing in the morning, get you going.
140.
Particularly when you're a commuter, darling, don't you know? You know, driving to work and everything. Usually I walk to work, go outside my gate, I'm at work.
43.
Oh, Jensen there in a bit of disbelief. Van der Velde, who,
134.
if he does manage to convert this into a win, will just be off top spot by 2 points himself
100. Yeah, you require
would be
146.
sent in a couple of days off on the south coast for himself. Even with the poor
33.
first start, you wouldn't know it. He's just remained laser focused. There's no facial expression. There's no nothing. Whether it's a treble 20 or in that case a big 5.
84. Yeah, you require 130.
Good recovery from Walker. Van der Velde looks likely and looks even more likely now.
93. Jensen, you require 120.
Can the reigning champion pull a rabbit out of the hat here to stay alive in the opening match? Or his opening match of the day, not this
60.
time. And Van der Velde now returns for 3 more match darts.
Oh, he returns with 3 match darts and uses all 3.
Jurjen van der Velde.
Jurjen van der Velde has now sent another shockwave through this Group A with a 4-1 win over joint leader Jensen Walker. He said, instigated to Owen that his hand was shaking on that double. 85 for Walker, dropped off of what he did yesterday, but Van der Velde nice with his 85. He takes a 4-1 win. We head off into a short break, and when we return, we come back with Richard Ham taking on top of the table Steve Beaton.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome along at the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, and it's been a morning of surprises so far. Johnny Barnes, bottom of the group, defeating Lee Evans, who was just 2 points off top spot. And Jurjen van der Velde, 4-1 win over Jensen Walker, who was level with this man, Steve Beaton, who was top only on legs difference, but now has the chance to put some breathing space between himself and the chasing pack as he takes on Ricardo Ham of the Netherlands. And Scott, we've been guilty at times over the previous 2 days of maybe getting a little bit carried away with certain puns
Referee,
regarding
Ricardo to throw first.
ham
Game
and
on.
pigs and so on and so forth. But trust me when I say, stay tuned to Ricardo's last game of the day, where he will be trialling a brand new darts
26.
shirt, which you do not want to miss.
You are not indeed, and
44.
I suppose if you're a Ricardo Ham fan and you are waiting to see his shirt later, would you be called a hammer?
140.
Would that be the right word for a Ricardo Ham fan? Would they be hammer?
83.
There's a few hammers around. I see them on social media all the time. I'm not sure they're a fan of darts. Probably more football fans,
85.
the hammers.
Potentially.
I'm going to give you a funny,
Yeah,
interesting stat over the last 2 games. Lee Evans lost out first game to Johnny Barnes, and he was 2 wins out of 2 against Johnny Barnes. Jensen Walker has just lost out to
140.
Van der Velde. He was also on 2 wins out of 2 against Van der Velde. Now, I don't want to tempt fate for all the Steve Beaton
57.
fans out there, but
Ricardo, you require 110.
he is 2 wins out of 2 here against Ricardo Ham. Are we going to see... What's a
No.
triple deja vu moment? Is it a deja vu, deja vu, deja vu?
My French doesn't
125.
quite reach
Ricardo
that.
require
Your
20.
French,
level.
your French today, seeing as it's your wedding anniversary, should be je t'aime, surely.
Yes, well pointed out.
Steve, you require
Mrs.
135.
Molyneux, if you are watching, many happy anniversary.
10 years.
Yeah, fantastic. That's the way
97.
for
Ricardo, you require.
marriages to last, is to be put mileage between the two of you on your
He's on the
anniversary.
first there. Ricardo.
I do get to go home this evening.
Oh, so you will see it. Well, that's
So
unusual.
Steve
Usually
to
I'm
throw
away from
first.
darts.
Game.
I think I'm headed into my 34th wedding anniversary in October, and you think
40.
people ask us, how has it lasted so long? Well, 20 years of playing darts and never being home on birthdays and anniversaries is it's kind of pretty
100.
cool, and you talk to some of the other players, and I've probably been in the same buildings as them, a hotel, probably on weekends in the last 20 years, more than I've been at home in my own bed next to the wife. So that's probably the way to make a good, long-lasting marriage is,
100.
absence makes the heart grow fonder, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking. Happy anniversary, Kelly. What more do you want to serve up a treat than seeing Steve Beaton in full flow? Maybe when I get home, I'll have the top button undone as well, just like Steve.
138.
My collar very much does not have a gold star on it.
88.
So Beaton will return to level things up.
99.
And once again, the same as Johnny Barnes. Like, Ricardo hasn't
Steve
suffered as much as Barnes, but no doubt about it, Ricardo could be a thorn in the side of a few
80.
later on this week.
If you think they're not going to be, it's like allowing a fox to hold Sunday morning worship in your hen house. They can't be trusted.
100. Steve,
I think that they've got a bit about them today, the pair of them down at the bottom.
Game shot on the second leg.
Throwing with a bit of freedom. They haven't got anything too much to worry about.
Third leg,
Their groups are more or less panned out for them. It's all about getting ready for that next group. And if you can find a little bit of specialness here towards the end of Group A to take into, say, Group C, then so be it. Have the chance to be the spoiler and enjoy it.
100.
Because you never know. If you can turn one of these top guys over, you may have to play him again on Saturday night. And then
81.
You don't remember the last 3 games that you played that person. You remember the last one. And if you've turned them over, you go in with a good feeling.
104.
Yeah, it may sound mad, but I mean, Johnny Barnes is currently sat bottom of Group A on 4 points, but it really wouldn't surprise me to see him here Saturday night, qualifying through Group C.
No, me either. I think he could. I think he could indeed. And the advantage that you have from Group A going into something like Group C, you're playing at a similar time to what you have been during the week. And obviously, it's not new. You've been playing.
90.
You've had 15 games up there when you go to play that first game. So really, when you come out of Group A and into Group C, you should be in the ascendancy for the first couple of games because you've been here all week.
145.
The downside is you've got a few scars from Group A that you're taking with you if you don't finish the group kind of well.
32. Game shot on the third leg.
Well, Steve Beaton is not getting drawn into, as of yet anyway,
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw
any
first.
sort of mishaps that have befell the likes of Lee Evans and Jensen Walker so far this morning.
97.
He doesn't get hooked up in all those shenanigans, does he? He just
85.
he just gets on with it and plays. Steve Beaton.
There's still
140.
a very quiet, steely determination when we were speaking to him following Monday's play.
60.
He was in great form, wasn't he? But he really wants 2 days off.
Yeah, he could do with 2 days off. That's the idea. He wants to come here and win this group. Whether he goes back home, whether he stays around, I'm not sure.
100. Steve, you're back 164.
Look at this now from Steve Beaton. Time's
64.
still on his side, even though he's made a bit of a pig's ear of that finish against Ham.
I thought you were saying time was on his side because he still looks so young at the age of 61. I would agree.
Steve, you're back 100.
He's like the George Clooney of darts, isn't he?
He certainly is.
80.
And that's an unlucky attempt there at double 10. But he will be back.
$81. Steve, you're required 20.
So for a 3-1 lead, Steve Beaton double 5. And that is a slip up.
No score. Ricardo, you require 93.
So 93 incoming, and this could hurt. Double 9.
84.
Oh, it's just his eyes lit up like dinner plates when he hit that 57, didn't it? He thought, I'm in here.
Well, it's Ham on the menu for Steve Beaton now, as he moves within a leg of victory.
To be fair, the last time I saw eyes that wide open was when I was in Holland and I was driving up a bit of dual carriageway on the wrong side of the road. And the lady coming the other way was looking at me and her eyes lit up like dinner plates. It was like a cartoon character. And then I realised I'd been driving for 3.5 hours or something. And how did I get it wrong 500 yards away from the venue? You get excited, don't you?
Your mind was on other things. When you see the venue, I suppose that's the time to
100.
switch on. But don't forget about driving.
Honestly, she was on the hooter. Her eyes were like dinner plates.
26.
You could see her kids screaming in the car. And yeah, me and my mate Paul Carter were just absolutely laughing our head off. How could I make such a mistake after? Never mind.
Laughing your head off as you terrorised a young family.
Yeah, it wasn't a busy bit of dual carriageway. It was like a little bit in a housing estate type thing, you know, a little section between roundabouts. So nobody gets there to speed up. Everybody was doing about 20k anyway. But yeah, that's how I got it wrong.
80.
You just rest on your laurels, don't you? But never mind. Other drivers available abroad. I could tell you about another story where I went up the tram lines with Martin Adams in the back, but there's another story altogether. That is in Belgium.
$60.
So just a 60 for Ricardo.
$100.
And Steve finds a treble with his third dart there to just remind Ricardo that this may need to go, and go it does.
Ricardo Ham. Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, nicely done by Ham. Back in the game, but Steve won't be too bothered yet. He backed himself to hold his own throw here. Yeah, the Martin Adams incident with the driving, I'd taken over for it. I drove to the venue. We were at Belgium, we were in Antwerp, and I drove to the venue on the singles day to save the price of the cab, and then I'd leave my car at the venue.
59.
Have a drink. We'd cab it back to the hotel, and then in the morning cab back to the venue. And then because we were playing pairs, I wouldn't have drunk. I'd have just played, and then we drove home at the end of the day. So we went to leave it. So I said to Martin, "Would you like a lift?" And yeah, we were in the middle of Antwerp. And I don't know if any of you have been to Antwerp. There's obviously the tram tracks up the middle of the road, and each side bits of dual carriageway. Well, as I turned, they're so wide, I turned up the tram lane too early. Martin Adams was sat in the back, looking between the two. I had 5 in the car. Scott, he said, "We're on the tram line." I said, No, we're not. I said, he said, "Look at the floor. You need to get off of here." And as we were going up, this tram was heading towards us, and I managed to swerve to the right way and get on the right side of the road before the tram got to us. There was a gap. But yeah, I was rather fortunate. Nah, Martin Adams has never been in my car since, funny enough.
$30.
Beaton will be back then, as Ricardo has left a duff number.
60.
And Steve Beaton,
32.
double 16, to assert himself at the top of the table. Steve Beaton is the favourite to win Group A. He's not getting involved in any slip-ups so far this morning, as his rivals have faltered. A 4-2 win over Ricardo Ham, averaging nearly 88. Wasn't always pretty, but it was dominant enough all the same. Coming up next, Johnny Barnes returns to face Jenson Walker. Welcome back. It's been a dramatic day already here on the final day of Group A, and Steve Beaton has put some distance between himself and the chasing pack now. He started the day ahead on leg difference alone over Jensen Walker, with Lee Evans set to pounce as well. But defeats for Walker and Evans in their opening matches has seen Beaton now go 2 points clear at the top of the table, with Jurjen van der Velde putting himself in contention as well. And the man who's played spoiler for Lee Evans, at least, is Johnny Barnes, who could do the same to our Series 10 champion Jensen Walker in this one. Jensen losing 4-1 to Jurjen van der Velde in his opening game, but it was very close on the averages, but van der Velde by far more clinical on the outer ring. Just goes to show, Scott Mitchell,
It's Johnny to throw first.
that there's no hiding place for
Game
pressure
on.
here at the Super Series.
There's no hiding place. I just want to bring a point up to you. Johnny Barnes has won 2 of his last 3 games. So, would it be fair to say that Johnny Barnes is the man in form, whereas Jensen
100.
has only won 1 of his last 3 games? I put that to you, Sam.
Yeah, it's an interesting form line, isn't it?
55.
With Jensen, who was the player of the day yesterday. He was absolutely on fire. And then just coming a cropper in his last match against Steve Beaton yesterday afternoon, and starting slowly again today. And bless old Johnny Barnes there. It took him so long to get that opening win, didn't it? And now, as we well suspected, he's in flying form all of a sudden.
60.
Absolutely. It was just a case of getting that win on the board, wasn't it, for him? But noticing things like that, that's why I'm paid the big money there, Sam.
100.
That's why I'm paid the big money. And they've given Henry the week off to make sure things like that didn't go unnoticed.
Yeah. I'll bow down to your wisdom as you throw me under the bus.
Absolutely. Honestly. I've been driving to Portsmouth for ages and ages, obviously, all the time we've been here.
104.
And there's a bus lane as you come off the 271 with a set of traffic lights on it. And I thought, what on earth
88.
is that bus lane there for? The traffic lights are always on green on my bit, never been on stop. Last 2 days, seen 4 buses there, never been through that set of lights this week without it being on stop.
60.
So I've got to stop thinking things like that.
Game show on the first leg.
Jensen Walker back in business. An early breaker throw for the 18-year-old from
Second
Coventry.
leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Were you thinking like I was there? Jensen's just started to overthink it a bit, and then boom, in goes the double 2.
59.
Well, he would see this as an ideal opportunity to get back on track, because despite the record that you highlighted, at the end of the day, Jensen would have come onto the stage thinking, right, I'm playing
31.
bottom of the table. I'm favourite. I have to be winning these games.
Yeah, he won't have been thinking, oh, hang on a minute, Johnny's won the last 2 out of 3. He wouldn't have been thinking that.
140.
But you can see by the way Johnny's playing, he's thinking it.
58.
It's nice almost for Johnny to enjoy the fruits of his labour after 2 very tough days. Playing with real freedom and gusto.
Yeah, loving it. Loving it. I like to see that. I like to see it. Doing really well.
46.
But he's doing nothing different than he has all week, but he's just got a couple of wins under his belt, and then the confidence comes that you can win games all of a sudden.
100.
Really is being a thorn in the side here.
59. Johnny requires 76. Game show on the second leg. Johnny Barnes.
Johnny Barnes breaking back straight away.
Third leg, it's Johnny
The
to
man
throw
from
first.
Darlington in the northeast of England. Really means business. Turns round. Straight back into the treble.
100.
And once again, Jensen Walker is getting embroiled into a serious match. But this is much better from the youngster.
140.
You have to say he's up the pace of the game a little bit, Jensen, and it's suiting him. He's been a split second
70.
slower on his throwing this morning already, and that's I think the reason where he's trying to make sure. Now he's throwing caution to the wind a little bit. He's done all that trying and let his arm be a bit tight. Thought about being on the top of the group and how he's going to get out of it. He's now throwing caution to the wind. But that is suiting Johnny Barnes down to the ground because he likes the pace a little bit quicker.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, because as we've enjoyed the first 2 days of this group, that's one of the contributing factors. It's been rat-tat-tat, a nice pace through all of the games we've seen so far.
85. Jensen, you're back 164.
What you mean is that there's not a methodic, slow player within the group to slow things up.
132.
There's nothing wrong with
Johnny, back 106.
that style of play, but
Right answer with me sat next to you. Right answer. Continue.
But like you say, is
78.
we've not missed a
Required
dart this week. It's
32.
been very, very easy to watch and commentate on.
Yeah, very much so.
No
That
score.
last visit
Johnny, you're
from
required
Johnny Barnes
28.
there just has put the pressure on.
No score.
And that's another. It's kind of summing up Johnny
Jensen,
Barnes this
you
week. He's been in
require
positions like this before
32.
and kind of done the same thing with a couple of darts, hasn't he? He's now playing a bit better and he's getting the liberty with 3 darts. You just can't see Jensen Walker missing this, and he
On the
doesn't.
third leg.
At this
Jensen
level, you
Walker.
just can't give him them opportunities, Johnny.
Fourth leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
He may have scored a lovely individual goal against Brazil, but he's got to up it now that he's a dart player.
I think you're getting confused again.
Am I?
47.
I don't think you held in give at the right time there.
Well, you can be slow and fast.
140.
Who will get to the line first in this match? Jensen Walker in pole position.
96.
The England man.
$40.
I don't see him doing the Jamaican rap, though, Johnny
81.
Barnes, this one, because he comes from south of the Watford Gap.
$135.
Well, Darlington is very much north of the Watford Gap.
140.
It very much is.
45. Jensen, you're back 137.
Walking out, just looking to find that extra gear to see him
59.
get clear.
Johnny, you require
in this game, but
141.
Barnes, who wired tops for a 151 earlier, a wry smile. That sums up his luck so
101.
far this
Jensen, you
week.
require 78.
Yeah, that 141 would have eradicated the mistakes of the double 14 the leg before. Jensen Walker just on the off the barrel.
54.
No, but he's got another chance.
Johnny, you
You see, Johnny
require
Barnes is
40.
giving himself opportunities.
Yeah,
3
he's
darts
on
in
the
hand, no
fourth
mistake
leg.
this time.
Johnny Barnes.
And realistically, he could be looking at 3-1 up here again.
Fifth leg,
And it's something
Johnny
that we've
to
seen
throw
with him. He's an
first.
accomplished player, and I'm sure that we're going to see better from him in Group C. I really do.
50.
Absolutely. Adam Smith-Neal, David Pallett and Richie Edwards await in Group C. Jamie Atkins, Chris Quantock and Jim McEwen, former series champion, of course, awaiting Group B as Jensen Walker fills up the treble bed and gets himself off to the most
81.
ideal of starts in leg number 5.
Yeah, and again, shows a bit of maturity for a young man of only 18 years old.
96.
Lots of others would have been a little bit apprehensive
66.
going into that particular throw in this match. Having dodged a bullet in leg 3
58.
and then made a mistake in leg 4, allowing your opponent to level up.
92.
You can't look backwards, and
Gents,
you can only
167.
dictate the future, and so looking backwards is a crazy thing to do.
135.
Walker there managing the board, knowing that he has a bit of time to play with Barnes well
40.
back.
Gents, and if I acquire 32.
With Barnes' setup play, we were both thinking he might hit a 180 there to put Jensen under all sorts of pressure again.
28.
Yeah, a bit of a grimace there from Walker. He'll return for double 2, but by no means a foregone conclusion.
55.
A
Gents,
real
if I
Achilles
acquire-
heel here for Walker. He's on 2 from 13 on his double getting. And yesterday we were seeing him 4 from 7 winning games, weren't we? So
Game shot on the fifth
composed
leg.
himself
Jensen
nicely.
Walker.
Takes out the double 2. A little bit of relief. It's a breaker throw.
Chip flag is Jensen to
And
throw.
now he
first.
comes back
Game on.
to try and hold throw and see off this match. A big potential banana skin, this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Every leg in this match has been a breaker throw so far, so all Jensen needs to do
60.
is hold, but that's easier said than done.
47.
Stray dart there from Barnes, though.
41.
Couple of trebles, but not the ones he was desired.
A bit scrappy.
Yeah, this is what Johnny's been doing, isn't it? Being really in the games and then having an off leg at the wrong time. Although this is the Super Series, this is
60.
a tremendously high standard of the game in this room, and you cannot afford to have legs off anywhere.
125.
Is Jensen just feeling the heat on stage?
43.
Once again, coming up dry. He knows just how big of a match this is
57.
for him. And Steve Beater, meanwhile, sat in the back, loving life.
Yeah, loving life indeed. Letting everybody else do the worrying while he just sits back there in his
42.
carpet slippers and watching the action, probably. Watching it unfold and unravel.
100.
It's really interesting when we spoke to him on Monday after he was top of the group, and he was saying how
131.
much he misses
Johnny
the
Eric,
competition side of it
146.
in the last 6 months, and he just loves competing and testing himself, and this is kind of
45.
where the Modus Super
Jensen
Series
above 124.
fits into his darting life now. It's given him that impetus. Although he's busy with exhibitions,
Game shot on the
Jensen
match.
Walker, you didn't see
Jensen
that
Walker.
coming, but you did. What a way to win the match. A nice 1-2-4 against Johnny. And I think the back room this week, the way that the players are finishing and chatting to one another at the end of each game, the camaraderie between the guys, they are a bunch of genuine nice guys in that back room. And look at them. Great to see. It's not all about the competition sometimes. When the darts are done, it's about making friends, and good stuff from Jensen Walker. He wins this one 4-2. Potential banana skin. The average is nothing to write home about, but again, a contest that Jensen Walker needed to get a couple of points on his league table. We head into a short break, and when we return, it's that man Steve Beaton taking on Lee Evans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we seal the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. The final day of Group A's action. Filled with drama already. But Jensen Walker dug in well there before the break to get the better of Johnny Barnes, who derailed this man this morning, Lee Evans, in a bit of a surprise start to proceedings. But Lee Evans has a very good head-to-head record this week over his opponent, group leader Steve Beaton. Evans is 2 out of 2 against Beaton so far this campaign. And Scott, you were saying during the break there that you noticed that every game so far this morning has gone against the darts. So given that head-to-head record and Lee Evans
26.
not having the honour here, this should be an Evans win.
Yeah, no, we've mentioned it. It'll probably be a beating win, won't it? But yeah, no, there's a little pattern going today. Everything's gone against the darts.
98. $58. $96.
I suppose now is a good time to just go back to that ADC event that Lee Evans participated in last night.
140.
And it's caught the eye of none other than Glenn Durrant. But Duzzer is a bit more interested in the form of Henry Deacon last night. See, Scott, you're just going over it and analysing the stats from last night's ADC.
134.
I mean, Henry's consistency was phenomenal.
Yeah, just checking out the consistency of the averages there of Henry Deacon. You know, I mean, I think
61. Stevie,
you know he's a real good sort of future chalker in the making by the looks of those averages.
123. He require 106.
See, there was a Group 1 clash with a certain Jake from Social. So, yes, he even lost the in-house match.
46. Steve required 20.
Steve Beaton then eyeing 210s for an early hold.
Game shot on the first
Nestled
leg.
in the
Steve
corner.
Beaton.
When things look to be drifting away in that leg.
Nope.
Steady
Second
on,
leg, it's Lee to
Steve.
throw first.
It was just a hold. Get
Game.
back. It's not your turn, despite your gold star.
Yeah, all the old tricks, these old timers. If that was on a floor tournament, he'd have nicked the throw. He'd have convinced the marker it was his turn. I know
81.
them sorts. We've seen them all before. No, not at all. Steve, one of the most honest dart players you'll ever meet.
26.
And look, it messed him up. Trying to do it messed him up. So, yeah, he won't be doing that again, will he?
$95. $97.
Evans with a steely determination this morning. He very much has his eyes on the prize of winning this group and can go a long way
70.
towards that by getting the win here. He's already achieved twice this week against the 1996 world champion.
177.
But Beaton is going to make life very difficult for Evans to do so.
$59.
I remember watching that World Championships. How was it nearly 30 years ago?
96.
30 years ago in January. To be fair, any former Lakeside winner, it's probably the only date in January they'll ever remember for the rest of their life. January's like a miserable month, isn't it? I mean, you don't remember January for anything.
105.
Unless you've been a Lakeside winner.
50 scored.
11th of January for me.
65.
Steve Beaton
Lee
wiring tops
require
then to double his
146.
advantage. And if you're Lee Evans, you know that this has got to go. But it won't this time.
57. Steve required 40.
Beaton then for
Games on the
tops.
second leg. Steve Beaton.
And as smooth and as silky as you like. That first
Third
dart
leg, it's Steve to throw first.
finds
Game.
the top double. Now it's a break, Steve.
81. $140.
Good start to the leg from Evans. But once again, that has put wind in the sails
180.
of Steve Beaton, who responds with a maximum.
$84.
Despite Evans' good form, and it has been good, it's been really solid so far,
81.
but we did see a lot of those darts just drifting into the 5 yesterday.
Yeah, we did, and that's a problem dart for Evans as well. That
93.
first one, he's got to get that first one above the treble.
$119.
Super visit from Beaton. 79 left, choosing the treble 13 route
96.
because of where
Steve
Evans was
required
sat.
40. Games on the
Manages to
third
leave
leg.
himself tops, and
Steve Beaton.
once again the big
Lee to throw first.
games for Steve Beaton. He is getting right, isn't he? The last one yesterday against Jensen Walker. And now this one today against Lee Evans. Although you feel
84.
that Johnny Barnes probably let Evs' day come unstuck early doors here with his win in game one. But you have to say Beaton is compiling on the pain for Evans.
Yeah, drawing on all that experience not to get embroiled in a tight tussle at the top. Well, this is more like it from Lee Evans.
180.
Much more like it. Steve Beaton, though, 50% on the outer ring so far in this
44.
match, which one out, one in, pop, pop, bang.
Yeah, absolute class from the Adonis.
95. $100.
Evans, though, in command
He require
in this leg,
142.
desperate to get one on the board. Will now go down for 17s,
78.
but just goes astray. Will return, though, 464.
78.
Yeah, no problems just
He
yet, though, for
requires
Evans.
64.
Beaton still not on a finish. So it's definitely 6 from here for the 64, but he'd like to have it sorted in 2.
Game show number 4 flag.
3 I do.
Lee Evans.
It certainly will.
5th flag, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
So Evans gets a leg on the board, but Steve Beaton straight back in.
140.
Well in command. And if Beaton does get over the line in this match, he could be running away with it.
180.
This is really good
137.
stuff now. As Evans returns off the back of an opening maximum. And there we see again just a flyer into the 5s.
25.
And the other 2 felt obliged to follow.
60.
And when you're at day 3, the final day of the Group A campaign, visits like that, when you're chasing down top spot, could prove very costly indeed. But the recovery is now well and truly on.
120. Steve require
That
164.
third one not touching the board with the point.
Might have asked the
58.
referee the question there.
You'd have got a firm response from Owen Binks.
Yeah, he'd come down to me like a ton of feathers, wasn't he, that big lad?
82. Steve require 100.
He knows who's boss.
He does.
As Beaton now looks to compound the misery of Lee Evans.
80.
The marker was too good to
He require
resist.
94.
And which route will Lee Evans elect to go with here?
Backed himself on the 18s, double 18 now.
Game
A double
show
top,
number
we go
50.
double.
Lee Evans.
Evans forever, the showman.
6th flag, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
And off the back of a missed match start from Steve Beaton, Lee Evans breaks the throw and is now right back in contention.
Yeah, you say that. He needs something here to get him
6.
going. So immediately offers an opportunity for Beaton, who he jumps in with both feet.
140.
So now once again, Evans was kind of in the ascension and now is on the back foot once more straight away. We spoke about how we talked, we've seen Phil Taylor's interview since
135.
he's retired and saying that how he just tried to keep the pressure on your opponent. Beaton doing exactly
99.
the same here. Just applying enough pressure for them to make mistakes rather than trying to play them. He's just trying to play the board. No matter how it feels to be under pressure and how difficult it is to
96.
respond, you've got to be right on your mojo to be able to respond to pressure. You've got to be at the top of your
180.
confidence, and that's why Mr. Taylor kept constantly asking the question of those boys around it in his day.
Yeah, no one did it better. Pure and as simple as that. But Steve Beaton is
45. Steve,
certainly from the same starting school of thought as Beaton gets a flyer when a big finish was on the cards.
122.
Evans, though, unable to finish on 165.
I thought Evans was having a word with Richie Burnett speaker there for a minute.
$43. Steve, you require 22.
So, straight at it or split? Straight at it it is, but that will make Steve think twice. Now he goes
14.
for the split, which comes up fruitless.
Require 122.
122 is all there on the board, and we know that Evans is more than capable.
Will get a shot. Well, that's the biggest jinx this commentary box has ever seen.
Yeah, how tall are you? 6'3"?
72. Steve, you
6'4", who's
require
counting?
8.
That's a big jinx.
Double two to wrap up the win.
Game
And there it is for
shenanigans.
Steve Beaton, who
Steve
extends
Beaton.
his lead at the expense of Lee Evans. That's Steve's first win over Evans this week, and it comes at the most crucial of times. Steve Beaton going well and looking a big favourite now for Group A. Beaton averaging over 90. Not too shabby from Evans itself. Coming up after the break, we're going double Dutch.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Just throw darts to show what I can do my best.
I stood out of my chair because it was going to be the time where Africa steps up together, a united Africa.
So meeting new people, that's my passion.
You don't want to miss this one. Dan Peterson and Paul Nicholson caught up with the Kenyan King, Peter Washiri, to talk about his journey into the sport of darts from growing up in Nairobi to becoming one of the most popular darts players on the circuit today. Peter Washiri's Tungsten Talk premieres after today's live action. So, back to the stage we had, here live and free on Pluto TV, to see the two Dutchmen, Jurjen van der Velde, take on Ricardo Ham. Van der Velde with a rousing opening win this morning, 4-1 over Jensen Walker, to keep himself in touch. But you will feel that Van der Velde will probably have to go through the card today to give him any real chance of winning
Looks like
Group
it's
A.
Jurjen to throw first.
But in
Game
between
on.
there, they'll be jostling for position as it becomes clear what the lineup will be in Groups B and C for tomorrow and Friday.
140. $60.
So, my question to you, Scott Mitchell, is will Van der Velde give Ham a stuffing here?
I'm not sure. It was Ham who won the last meeting between the two, and Van der Velde who won on Monday. So they are one apiece.
60. $120.
Lucky there with the bounce out, Van der Velde. As the anticipation
100.
grows
Yeah, you never quite
towards
106.
Ricardo Ham's final game today, where he will be trialling his brand new darts shirt, as Van der Velde takes out a 106 to get the first leg on the board. Van der Velde didn't have a ton plus finish
Ricardo to throw
on the first day of Group A,
Game on.
and he's making them rain now, yesterday and today.
$41.
And straight away, Jurjen senses an opportunity as Ham falters.
180.
And Van der Velde fires in a maximum.
Yeah, right at the right
96.
moment, with momentum from the first leg. Oh, into the treble five there.
40.
Ricardo
41.
just not quite getting going in the early stages of this one. In his opening match this morning, he succumbed to a 4-2 defeat
6.
against group leader Steve Beaton.
$59.
bit of a shake of the head there from Ham. Things not going his way early doors.
$39. $41.
Yeah, seems to be the story so far for Ricardo. Just not getting going as of yet. Go on, leave double one.
130.
I was just about to say, if he was a fast bowler, he hasn't quite got his line and length right yet this morning in his first spell.
140.
But
you're requiring 52.
Commentator's curse.
Game shot on the second leg.
That is a really good dart
Jurgen
from
van
Van
der
der Velde. Just becoming under pressure
Jurgen
from
to
Ham,
go
and he
first.
just
Game on.
managed to sneak that last dart past the first one.
59.
Just kept Ham on the bone there, didn't he?
He did indeed.
121.
You can tell we're running out of hand puns now. It's been 3 days.
Absolutely.
180.
Still think one of my favourites is the fans of Ricardo Ham being called the Hammers.
44.
Well, hopefully his fan base will now grow with his appearance here this week.
128.
You start wearing claret shirts, yeah.
Well, all the while, Van der Velde's
60.
been
Yeah,
flying here this morning.
134.
Currently averaging a shade over 105.
94.
Confident enough to go 54 tops there for the 134. But then when you're 2-0 up, you don't do it then, you never do it.
35. Yeah, you're in
Once again, Ham coming back into it at the end of the leg, but left a little too much to do here. Not close enough. And Van der Velde
Fourth leg, it's Ricardo to throw
is
first. Game on.
looking good for the 3-0 win.
Looking very good.
140.
That's better from Ham.
Van der Velde running a 104 average currently, which is what's making him difficult to
97.
beat. And when you've got the darts as well, and look at that percentage on the doubles, 75%. Not too shabby at all.
123.
We've seen this from Van der Velde over the previous 2 days, starting the days off really strongly,
100.
picking up some big wins, and then just tailing off a little bit towards the latter stages of the afternoon, which
98.
is the difference between top spot and where he is now in third.
More than valid point. Absolutely.
60. Ricardo, you're
We
requiring
will endeavour
140.
to keep our eye on that as the day progresses.
It was
100.
Ricardo's turn there to just eye a bit of a tops. Well, Ham is now looking good to get a leg on the board.
134. Ricardo, you require 40. Game shot on the
And there it
fourth
is.
leg. Ricardo Ham.
Ricardo is on the board, but still trails 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Jurgen to throw first. Game on. 96. $85. $123.
With Ricardo, he has shown some real moments of quality in this Group A campaign.
100.
But obviously, as we saw earlier on in this match, it's had the moments as well where he struggled slightly.
140.
So, pigs and troughs.
Oh, I get. Oh, that's your take on
60.
Oh,
Yeah, and a record
got it.
142.
Yeah, very good.
I'll ignore that cynical tone.
93.
I'm running out of time. You're done today. I had to get it in.
You'll be praying Ricardo makes Saturday night for when you're back.
60. Yeah, you only require 49.
But he's staring down the barrel now. And Van der Velde.
No score.
Ouch.
Never go where you can bust. That's what they used to say down the public house. An old fella that gave me my first set of darts. That was his advice to me.
60.
Now,
Yeah, you only require 49.
what will Jurjen do this time? He gets the big 17 as he kind of raises his eyebrows. And he gets the double 16 as well. And once again, Jurjen van der Velde starts the morning at blistering speed. 2 rousing 4-1 victories for Jurjen there. As he just gives a reminder to Steve Beaton and Jensen Walker that he is still here. A shade under 100 average for Van der Velde with an 80% success rate on the outer ring as well. That was impressive stuff. After the break, it's Barnes Beaton. Welcome back, or welcome along if you're just joining us here on Pluto TV. Where have you been? You've missed a fantastic morning's action so far. Julian van der Velde and Steve Beaton looking in scintillating form as Van der Velde getting back-to-back 4-1 wins over Jensen Walker and Ricardo Ham. Steve Beaton 4-2 wins over Ham and Lee Evans. As we take a look at how the final day's play is developing on the Group A table. Steve Beaton, your leader, 2 points ahead of Jensen Walker, who's had to scratch and claw his way to success over Johnny Barnes earlier on this morning. But Julian van der Velde is the one that's making an early move, a late claim to the throne perhaps, as top spot guarantees a place in Saturday night finals night. In behind top spot, they'll be jostling for position as well into groups B and C, which look equally as competitive. Former series champions getting involved, former Winmau World Masters getting involved, former UK Open semi-finalists getting involved. And that's before we even mention the likes of Jamie Atkins and Chris Quantock and Richie Edwards. We said on Monday morning that this week was stacked.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
And it's very much living up to the hype. And Johnny Barnes, who's bottom of the table,
85.
which doesn't tell his tale completely, is looking to play the role of spoiler.
180.
But as we've seen time and time again, Steve Beaton
100.
is just a class above.
He certainly is, and as he reminded us, or reminded me in an interview on Monday, he gave his card up. He didn't lose it, which is a very valid point. And still playing the levels, isn't he? And he showed that again this week.
$58.
Let's not forget, he'll be back in International Pairs Week, won't he?
Absolutely. You can get your tickets on dartshop.tv for the finals night of Pairs Week, which earlier on that afternoon, you can be here for a talking with Steve's pairs partner, Adrian Lewis, of all people. He'll be joined on stage with none other than Phil the Power Taylor for what will be a fantastic talking here at the Live Lounge as Beaton gets the treble in the single.
80.
Just can't find the double, but he will return.
Yeah, climbed the ladder there, didn't he? Just missed the top rung.
No,
he's still halfway up the ladder. He can now go for the top rung with these three. Off the barrel. No, went for the open side.
30. Johnny require 80.
So then, Johnny Barnes, is it time to fill your boots?
Oh,
almost fills his boots with the last one on the bullseye.
Game shot the first leg, Steve.
But as in time-honoured fashion, Beaton will let you have one little dart there, but he's not letting you have any more.
Second leg, it's Steve.
Straight out on double five, no messing, no twoing it up, no messing about. Old-fashioned, it's on the board. I don't have a favourite double. I just hit them all.
140.
Beaton did not flinch one bit.
Have you ever seen Steve Beaton celebrate? Have you ever seen him sort of gazzy it or anything in a game? I don't think I ever have.
180.
Well, that would have been a time to do it, but just cool, calm.
180.
As was Johnny Barnes. But he just goes up, retrieves his darts with that iconic Beaton wiggle. Well, here comes Barnes again.
140. Steve,
Like two peas in a pod. No reaction from any of them, really, is there? Proper old school.
60. Johnny, you require 121.
Now then, Johnny Barnes, you've got half a chance again.
Only if you stay straight, Johnny.
95. Steve, you require 38.
Goes to split this time. Sacrifices a dart, and that's why he did it.
Steve Beaton.
Barnes able to leave himself double 13 after 12, but it was unlucky for him because Beaton was off for a 15 darter.
100.
Splitting via the 6, missing double 16 and hitting the double 8.
59.
Beaton races to a 2-0 lead. A little over 3 minutes.
140.
Johnny Barnes
58.
averaging over 90. And that's been a key point in the story of Johnny Barnes so far this week. With darts like that, his averages have been stacking up against his rivals.
87. Johnny, require 81.
Potential 11 dart leg. 12 would do, but time is well on the
49.
side this time around in leg 3.
Yeah, just put it in perspective. Johnny Barnes has hit 3 180s over the last 2 days. He's hit 3 this morning.
95. Johnny, require 32. Game shot on the
13
third
dart
leg.
leg.
Johnny Barnes.
That is very polished.
4 flag, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It was just a hold. He did just glance over the shoulder at the
55.
scoreboard there just to double check. Didn't want to make the same mistake as Steve did against Lee Evans earlier.
83. $100. 60.
Oh, this is vintage Steve Beaton now.
140.
There's still some crucial games, some key pivotal games
100.
for Beaton later on today. Still has to face the likes of Jensen Walker
134.
and Jurjen van der Velde. But with points on the board,
140. Steve, requiring 72.
would it be too little too late for the chasing youngsters?
Game shot on the 4 flag. Steve Beaton.
And with finishing like that, Beaton won't be caught at the top of the table.
5 flag, it's Johnny to throw first.
No, really on a charge, really playing well, isn't he? And doing the simple things right is Beaton.
100.
And that is exactly what you have to do on day 3 in Group A. He's got his sights on a couple of days off,
59.
haven't he? And either popping home or hanging around Portsmouth and taking in the sights. I would imagine he'd probably pop home.
140.
What are you trying to say?
40.
I can imagine Steve
180.
firing in more of those for a start, but he may well have a trip to the Spinnaker planned.
140.
My daughter's upsailed down the Spinnaker Tower. Not something I fancy doing. Not like heights, really. It made me feel giddy looking from the bottom up. My feet firmly on terra firma, me.
Johnny Eric,
Yeah, I'm with you there.
121.
So 6 darts from here for Johnny Barnes.
40.
It's a good job as well. He'll be disappointed with that visit. Beaton now going to the bottom of the board to set up
Johnny require 81.
a finish, but will he get chance to convert?
75.
He will. And Steve Beaton returns now for a 4-1 success.
16. Johnny, you
But
require
he can't convert.
6.
And Barnes wouldn't have been expecting a shot in the madhouse.
No score. Steve, you require
And it's Johnny's
16.
turn. But it is full steam ahead on the Beaton Express. Steve Beaton is flying on this final day of Group A at the top of the table. An average just under 90. It was a comprehensive win in the end, which would have been sealed even further with better success on the outer ring, but Steve Beaton won't care. It's points on the board.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receiving the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. Jensen Walker against Ricardo Hamney for your delectation. And there's two ways to look at things, really, if you're Jensen Walker. If you have designs on really winning Group A, then we're now in must-win territory. But
First leg, it's
on the
Jensen
other
to throw
hand,
first.
if you're Jensen
Game
Walker, you will well know that you won Champions Week in the last series by dropping down from Group A
59.
into Group C, qualifying for finals night, and then taking the biggest prize on that stage.
55.
That he most certainly did, and so there won't be an air of disaster for Jensen Walker.
100.
He will have that to reflect back on. I think what happens is when you come back here after such a great week as that, you expect to try and repeat that again. And when it starts to unfold, a lot panic. But Jensen, again, it's the part of his makeup. He doesn't do that. And he hasn't done that in any of the games, I suppose, unless you could say panicked a bit yesterday in the Steve Beaton game, last game. But I don't think that was panic. That was more Beaton running 100 average for most of the game. 104 in the first couple of legs. And that doesn't give you an opportunity to get into the game over this short best-of-7 format. So I don't see that as a bad panic stakes for him. He would have liked to have opened up today a little better than he did
81.
Against Van der Velde. But we've seen Van der Velde has been right on it today.
Yeah, he certainly has. And facing
96.
Ricardo Ham
127.
with his hammers watching on.
47. Ricardo, you require 50.
Hammers or Hammerites?
Hammerites.
Game shot the first
because
leg.
they
Ricardo Ham.
stick like paint. No, I don't know. No, Hammerites is a paint, isn't it?
Second
Definitely a
Ricardo
hammer.
to throw first. Game on.
Other paints are available.
135.
This is good stuff now from Ham. Started his previous game very, very slowly,
60.
but has come out of the blocks at breakneck speed.
$81. $57. $81.
Jensen,
46.
ever the competitor at the young age of 18, will still have designs on taking the Group A crown. Has to win here to keep in touch with Steve
60.
Beaton,
Ricardo requires 64.
especially as in the next round of fixtures, Jensen faces the bronzed Adonis.
24. $54. Ricardo, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Ricardo Ham.
Ham's on a roll.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah. He's making this look like picnic ham, isn't he?
41. Come on.
First sign of frustration from Jensen. Just trying to G himself up almost. But the margins
100.
at this stage get wafer thin. I think we found our second wind with hand puns.
60.
You're just taking it with wafer thin. That's how I love my ham in the sandwich.
99.
Meanwhile, he now has
36.
given Jensen Walker an opportunity, an avenue back into this match.
137.
And that's much more like it from our defending champion.
$121. Jensen,
Who's
you have
keen to just step up
124.
the pace.
56.
It's quite interesting on the head-to-head. Both of these
82. Jensen, you're
have a win
68.
apiece against each other. So,
36.
a bit of a decider in
Ricciardo,
some
you're
sense of the little
142.
individual rivalries that build up throughout the week. Jensen will be back.
$84. Jensen, you require 32.
And now it's time for Walker to really find his stride.
Game on the third leg. Jensen Walker.
Positivity there from Walker going for that.
Fourth leg, it's Ricciardo
Double.
to throw first. Game on. $140. $140. $100.
So it's turning into a good tussle, this.
43.
Just Jensen, after giving himself that G up.
Oh, look at that. Ham shanks it into the 5. Oh, and again.
61. $95.
Jensen's still in touching distance, but with Ham having the
100.
darts in this game, in this leg rather. But this is much better
140.
from Jensen.
Ricciardo, you require
Yeah,
100.
good stuff from Jensen, but Ham has still got his snout in front.
Oh,
80. Jensen, you require 83.
it's a good job we've got a couple of days off. This is getting ridiculous.
Well, saves us getting suspension, I suppose.
65.
Oh, it's a big opportunity.
Ricciardo, you require
Passing Walker
20.
by the barest of
He's on the
margins, and
fourth leg.
Ricciardo takes full
Ricciardo.
advantage to move a leg away.
Fifth leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Ham's in front by a nose here.
34.
It's a shame Owen doesn't have more of an accent. I mean, it would have been
60.
come on. Owen didn't find that funny.
No.
140.
Would have been indeed.
$100.
I think you got some cheek mentioning all these Ham puns.
You're just as guilty.
93.
This has just been proven.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Guilty. Female version of a pig.
85.
Like it.
Jensen, you require 134.
So should go 18 here, Jensen,
94.
which he does, to leave himself on tops.
$78. Jensen, you
So,
require 40. Gage on the
13
fifth
dart leg,
leg,
much more
Jensen
like
Walker.
it from Jensen Walker. That's good stuff. But
Sixth
now,
leg, it's Ricciardo to throw first. Game
this is where the game will be won and lost. Potentially one for Ham. But if Walker
100.
can find the break, he would have the darts in the last leg decider.
95.
Ham is a leg away from the win.
81. $137. $140. 99.
That's a crucial last treble. Gets to a finish first, and this would be a very special way of taking us all the way
55.
to a decider.
Judging record 107.
This would be a champion's checkout.
57.
But Jensen will
record 125.
be hoping he can return. And he will.
85. Judging record 130.
But for Walker, this has got to go.
I think he went for that tops as well. This has to go.
81.
He has
Ricardo
applied
require 40.
the pressure, but it's with 3 in hand.
Go
And Ham
Sean
takes
the
this
match.
leg and the match
Ricardo
4-2.
Ham.
That's a hammer blow for the chances of Jensen Walker to take Group A. Ricardo Ham, 4-2, your winner. Fantastic checkout percentage there, 80%. Coming up after the break, it's Lee Evans, Van der Velde.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back on a dramatic final day of Group A here in the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As we head back to the stage to see another crucial little game as Lee Evans is set to take on Jurjen van der Velde, who, if If the young Dutchman can convert against Evans, he would then move up into second place in the table. And would be breathing down the neck of the bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton. And those two still have to play each other.
First leg, it's the lead to throw first. Game on.
On the flip side, Lee Evans with a win could go level with Van der Velde and would be set to take a place potentially in Group B.
100.
Yeah, we know the Group B spot is probably more favourable among the players because 3 from 5 go out of that group. But because it's a shorter group and there's less games, you can't afford to lose 2 back-to-back in that group. So it can be a kind of nervy group to be in and difficult.
43.
I know yesterday was moving day, but my daughter and her significant other have just got the keys to a new house today, and I should be moving cupboards and wardrobes and everything. And I'm sat here watching darts. Poor old me.
That's why you were so keen to work this week.
84.
Absolutely. The minute she told me the date.
Well, best of luck to them. There is nothing more
59.
stressful than moving house.
Absolutely. And in about 7 weeks' time, it's going to make me a granddad. So they're doing it all at one go, I think.
54.
Such is life and the way it works.
While
on the hockey, Van der Velde has probably been the pick of the players today so far. He's flew out of the stalls.
80. Yeah, you're number 107.
And to win the group, it may well be a little bit too late. But with Steve Beaton still to play for Van der Velde,
67.
you never
You
know.
require 139.
No, you never do. And
59. Yeah, you're number require 40.
Van der Velde with 2 10s.
Game shot on the first leg.
Early break.
There's one certainty with the game of darts. You're never totally sure what's going to happen. That's the only certain thing with it.
Jurgen to throw first. Game on. $58.
This is good from Evans.
140.
Yeah, good. With this, when this game is done, every player would have had 3 matches today. They will have 2 to go.
140.
So the table will be taking shape. And the players will be in the back room then staring at the table, the leg difference, what they need to do against who to get them into their desired groups.
$133.
Good board management there from Jurgen.
$59. Yeah,
We needed a 140 there, Evans to lead 164 to challenge the 170. First one in. Oh, yes, please.
145.
Very tight again. We've had a couple of close attempts at it, haven't we, this week?
$100. Yeah, you're number 125.
So, can Jurgen tidy this one up after failing to reel in the big fish?
9.
Just
You require
give
145.
Evans half a chance.
You'd have to say good Evans if he hits this.
wayward
25.
from
Yeah,
Lee
you're
there,
required
and Van der
16.
Velde returns once more to double his advantage in this
Games on the
match.
second leg.
Clench of the
Jurgen van der
fist.
Velde. Third leg is Lee to throw
Jurgen's
first.
early
Game
good form today continues.
Yeah, it really does come out of the traps, didn't he? Early doors, game 2 against Jensen Walker, 4-1 win against him. And another 4-1 win against his country compatriot Ricardo Ham.
44.
And it's now looking good here, you have to say, at 2-0 up against Evans. But this is the big leg here.
85.
Remaining consistent, isn't he? It doesn't get more consistent than that. There's only one nay down from a 180, and that's down. Just can't score more than 180.
60.
Evans just struggling a little bit in this one so far. This is probably, as things stand, probably his weakest performance of the week so far. He's been right up there in the averages.
140.
But you have to hand it to Van der Velde. He's sat there on a 97 average. And when you're doing a 97 average,
85.
you're not giving anybody a lot of room for manoeuvre.
$57.
A return for 80. Just wonder whether Lee Evans may be feeling the effects of going to that ADC event last night.
77.
You may be advising Lee. I know you know him well. Would you say that was potentially the right thing to do when Group A, it can take it out of you as Van der Velde now eyes tops for a 3-0 lead.
60.
It's probably the time scale of the evening, I would say, because he's staying over that direction anyway. He's not staying in Portsmouth, so he wasn't a million miles away from it. So I can understand the temptation to go, but surely the eyes on the prize is all about this week and making sure
20.
you get to the Saturday night final.
Game on the third leg. Jurgen van der Velde.
Yeah, and yes, very much so. 3-0
Fourth leg is Jurgen
leader
to
here
first.
and worthy
Game.
for it. I think if we asked Evs, would he go tonight? I think he'd say, I think I might have made a mistake. He's a very honest dart player, is Lee, and I can understand why he went. I understand why he went. But I think this morning he's probably regretting that choice.
$58.
Obviously, the argument for attending that event is a lot of players have their eyes on a place in the Global Championships, of course, in the ADC. So you can absolutely see why, as you say, Scott, the temptation was there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we talked about Ricardo Ham at the start of the week. He's on the fringes of it from playing around the Rotterdam area where he currently resides. And he's on the fringes of a global championship spot. Who's going to turn their nose up
100
at that sort of money for the winner and coming over and playing against some of the best in sort of this side of the game. The global championship has been
123.
a big success at the end of last year. I think it's only going to develop and grow more. And when people see that there are more qualifiers
43.
this year,
I
can see that the ADC is going to be targeted in their system even more.
What a way this would be to take the match, and it's not too far away. Evans trying to avoid a whitewash defeat here. And I think when he gets back to the players' room following this match, should it go the way it looks
44.
as though it
Yeah,
is,
you're number
he'll be
quite
putting a
24.
line straight through this performance and moving on as quick as possible. 8-8 for Van der Velde.
Game
And as
shot
simple
and
as that,
match.
it is a whitewash
Jurgen
win
van der Velde.
for the 22-year-old Dutchman, who is still on the charge. He still eyes top spot in this group. But Evans' charge for the Group A has come to an end. That was a performance to forget from Evans, as Van der Velde averages just over 91. He's been flying so far today. Coming up after the break, it's a crucial game at the top. It's Steve Beaton, Jensen Walker. Three rounds of fixtures done and dusted then on the final day's action in Group A at the Modus Super Series on a stacked week 11. And Ricardo Ham with a hammer blow to Jensen Walker's hopes of taking out Group A with a 4-2 win for the Dutchman. Beaton getting the better of Johnny Barnes, who's rooted at the foot of the table. And Jurgen van der Velde has been probably the pick of the players so far today. He's making a late charge for top spot. And what is two crucial rounds of fixtures still left to play. Let's take a quick check on how the table is shaping up. Van der Velde, who needs to win both games, but he still has Beaton to play. So that leg difference there could still be eclipsed And the same could be said for Jensen Walker. However, he needs Beaton to slip up with Evans, Ham and Barnes all potentially being set for a Group C campaign tomorrow and Friday. Now, this is a big game. And it really proved yesterday that it was a potential turning point, I suppose you'd say, in the context of this group. Jensen Walker was flying all morning and into the afternoon, but then came a cropper against the Bronze Adonis in the final match of yesterday's session, where Steve Beaton actually whitewashed the defending champion, and Beaton hasn't looked back since. Jensen, though, won't be panicking, despite some signs of frustration earlier. He'll know that it's no bother to him if he has to dip into Group B. When he won Champions Week last series, he had to dip into Group C and still ended the week lifting the trophy.
Game on.
But on the head-to-head, Beaton is already 2-0 up
45.
on young Jensen. And he'll be aware of that.
Yeah, he will. And
93.
I saw Jensen leave the stage after the last game a little bit angry with himself. And this a win here against Beaton would be the perfect way to bounce back.
140. $96.
Now, a win for Beaton here.
44.
Can potentially see this group done and dusted.
86.
I suppose at the moment, Julian van der Velde is a big Jensen Walker fan.
140. $134.
Beautiful
Yes,
setup there from the Bronze Adonis. Will he be back? And that's a loose one for Jensen.
52. Steve required 40.
And Steve Beaton doesn't need any further invitation.
Steve Beaton.
That iconic, silky smooth throw.
Second against Jensen to throw first.
Flying his first start there into the double 20 bed for a 1-0 lead.
60. $100.
Steve Beaton, of course, pairing with Adrian Lewis next month in International Pairs Week.
93.
It'd be great to see AD Lewis back on the stage.
Yeah, I can't wait. I've already been throwing some good stuff. I've had a couple of friends at exhibitions where AD's been playing of late. And they said he was his natural self, just smashing
54.
that treble 20. So I'm looking forward. Yeah, it's all right doing it in fun and a bit of jest and, you know, in an exhibition where
100.
as Bobby George says, same money, an exhibition. But, yeah, it'd be interesting to see when he comes back to competition, whether he still has the hunger for it. Does the competition of the international pairs give him the hunger for it? In which case, would we see him back here in a week just like Steve Beaton here? I'm sure later down the line it will be revealed, but
requires 62.
He'd be a welcome addition here, wouldn't he?
He certainly would.
30. Jensen, you require 150.
And the game is all the better with an in-form Adrian Lewis. Jensen Walker, that's slightly
98.
unfortunate.
Steve, you require 32.
So Steve Beaton then, double 16, now double 8. He's chasing doubles.
28. Jensen, you require 52.
Yeah, really chasing them big time. This is a real opportunity for Jensen Walker. We know he's been good on 32. Don't make too much of it, young man. Own the
James on
moment.
second
That's what
egg,
he's done.
Jensen Walker.
Right back in it, straight away. Holds his throw. Dodges a
Third
few
leg,
bullets
Steve to
there
throw
to lose the
first.
leg.
Game on.
Not on throw. So, yeah, break moments there for Beaton. And you could see in his
81.
darts at a double that quite a big moment. And he knew it was important.
127.
And this is why, because now Jensen is gone with the flow.
121.
Of course, if Walker can defeat Beaton here, that will
96.
not only benefit young Jensen, but Julian van der Velde as well, who could then potentially win the group from
97.
nowhere.
He could. He's the interested bystander in the back room in this one, isn't he?
That won't phase
170.
What a setup shot that was. That was exquisite.
60.
It was
Steve
indeed.
Require 32.
Opportunity missed in the previous leg.
No score. Jensen require 160.
And it could be opportunity missed if Jensen can find something special.
59.
Not on this
Steve
occasion.
Require 32. Games on the third leg. Steve Beaton.
And you don't need to invite Steve Beaton twice.
No, indeed.
Fourth leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned yesterday about Jensen Walker. This particular shirt is
80.
designed around the type of music that he likes and listens to from his area. He is into the ska music.
96.
Madness and the specials, and
55.
it's probably not the normal tracks that a 18-year-old would listen to, but obviously there's been influences.
180.
I have to say the specials are
137.
just a classic band. And you would say that Jensen Walker's much too young.
Well, he's very much having fun. I
99.
don't think he's married
Steve
with a kid.
125.
But Steve Beaton. He's looking to set this one up.
He doesn't want to feel lonely up on the hockey, Jensen Walker. He doesn't want it to feel like a ghost town.
Game shot
Well,
the fourth flag. Jensen Walker.
That was seriously impressive.
Fifth leg, it's Steve
It's been a
to throw
frustrating
first.
day
Game
so far for Jensen Walker, but with darts like that, he's really asserting his quality.
140.
That's that 130 to the couple of 136s he had yesterday and a 164 on the ball yesterday. He's already had a 124 today and a couple
46.
of a 102 and a 107 on Monday. So 7-ton plus finishes
97.
for the young man from Coventry.
And it is that finishing
100.
that has seen Walker do so well so far this week. I mean, there's 10 points separating these pair in the averages.
100.
Steve Beaton around about the 95 mark, 85 for Walker, but it's that form on the outer ring that sees us
141.
level at 2 legs apiece.
$59. Steve, you require 74.
It's in the 14, Steve. Oh,
Game
that's
shot the
beautiful.
fifth leg. Steve Beaton.
Just wondering, maybe that single 20 there was slightly
Sixth leg is
blocking
Jensen
the
to throw
double bed,
first.
but
Game on.
no bother for the bronze Adonis.
81.
Yeah, another one of those darts where you have to practice to be able to get by it. And
180.
you have to say now, Beaton is sprinting for home.
59.
Now nudging a ton average. And Beaton is just getting better and better and better. This could wrap up the group.
144.
And what a way it would be to do it. Still in control.
58.
As the finish line is in sight now for the former world champion.
79. Stephen Brockman, 86.
Going the bull route there, but just slightly going awry.
Yeah. 28.
So we'll be back for a 2-dart combination to win Group A.
100. Stephen Brockman,
Pressure applied
58.
though from Walker with a level ton. But Steve Beaton has 2 match darts and he only needs one. And that is Group A wrapped up for the Bronze Adonis. The former world champion heads straight into finals night on Saturday. Get your tickets now on dartshop.tv. You can be here to witness the Bronze Adonis in action. Seriously impressive stuff there from Steve Beaton. He's been a cut above and rightly takes his spot on finals night.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! To return to Champions Week.
Go!
And at long last, John O'Shea.
He thinks it's over. I think a lot of people do. And it is with his management of the board. And it really has been spot on. Just like the last 5 darts.
Games up. And the match.
What a display from that man right there. But he's starting to look like a winner.
Twice. 3 times a 9 darter for Conor Heenahan.
Time to add another pairing then to International Pairs Week, getting underway on the 25th of August as we welcome back the Republic of Ireland. Find out on Saturday who will be bringing the look of the Irish to the live lounge, as it's really taking shape, and that looks highly competitive indeed. Just look at the teams there: Netherlands, Wales, England, Sweden. Andreas Harrison back in the live lounge. Don't forget Canada and the likes of South Africa as well. Another fantastic pairs week coming up for you at the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. So we have our Group A winner in the shape of Steve Beaton. Rest of the players now jostling for position as Groups B and C now start to take shape. And looking at the lineup for the groups over the next 2 days, Scott Mitchell, it doesn't get any easier for them.
It's Jurgen to throw first.
No, it doesn't. With just
on.
5 to go, we kind of predicted it was going to go all the way. We are looking that way before we can decide who's in Group B. Yep, Steve Beaton may have decided who's top of the shop with a pretty impressive morning from him. Been very good indeed. Knew what he had to do. Said at the start of the week he needed 2 days off. He didn't want to be playing all week. And
130.
he's put that extra burst in this morning. Watched it all unravel. Made top spot his own. He'll be now plotting his route home, I would imagine.
So we see the groups B and C already starting to take shape. This man, Johnny Barnes, will be plying his trade in Group C over the next 2 days. And he will be joined by Ricardo Ham, where David Pallett, Adam Smith-Neal and Richie Edwards await. There's one more space to fill.
60.
It looks as though Jurjen van der Velde and Jensen Walker will be alongside Jim McEwen, Jamie Atkins and Chris Quantock in Group B.
Oh, what a stacked group that is as well.
It's just not yet confirmed. Lee Evans has something to say. He can
27. Johnny require 101.
charge himself into Group B as well at the expense of one of the young pairing, as Johnny Barnes eyes up a ton plus finish of his own.
Yeah,
and
you're going to require 84.
Van der Velde, who's been in great form today, looks to hold throw. Perfect first start.
Game shown the first
and a perfect second one as well.
Van der Velde. Second leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
If he carries on in this form, Van der Velde could be a real
45.
threatening danger in Group B.
Yeah, he could indeed. I do feel that
174.
all the players in this group could be a threat anywhere. I really do.
100.
I mean, both groups look uber competitive. I mean, straight around the face at Jim
57.
McEwen, former series champion, where he, of course, beat Luke Littler. Whatever happened to him?
And he's going under the radar, Jim McEwen here. You know what I mean? He's
crazy, isn't it?
We've not really spoke about him much this week, and if Jim has been watching and we haven't mentioned you, we do apologise, Jim. It's just you do go under the radar a little bit. We forget that you were the one that was doing what you were doing back then.
It takes us all the way back as Johnny Barnes fills it up.
180.
It takes us back to Monday morning where we were taking a look at the odds for the week. The weekly winner, that is, as Van der Velde now fills it up himself.
180. Johnny Brook 176.
Single 16 to bring us level. It's tops.
36. Yeah, you know,
It was 4-1 the field, wasn't it, for the weekly winner? And considering the names, the reputations,
29.
the form book,
Johnny
with a lot of these players like McEwen, like Chris Quantock as well, and Jamie Atkins.
Yeah, Quanny's had good runs here, hasn't he? And Jamie Atkins, like I say, my former roommate with England,
To throw first.
he's absolutely no slouch, and I'm sure he will be looking
96.
to put his name on that trophy come Saturday as well. Really is a stacked week. We sometimes say, you know, start of the week, it's going to be a tough week, and it really is. Whoever wins this week is going to have done something very special to win it, I think. I don't think anybody's going to limp over the line this week.
180.
Jurgen van der Velde hits his second maximum of the game, averaging just shy of 100. Yeah, 2 more spaces left to fill in Champions Week, one of which will be decided Saturday night. And next week's Week 12 will be where we complete our Champions Week lineup, where Jimmy Van Schie awaits in Group A alongside WDF World Champion Shane McGurk.
96.
Derek Coulson and Scott Taylor already confirmed for Group A. Graham Usher will also be highly likely to be plying his trade in Group A.
Require 32.
And that's before we even get to the likes of Jeff Smith, John O'Shea, Andy Hamilton and Adam Gowlis.
On the third egg.
As Van der Velde goes 2-1 up. And don't forget as well, Richie McKee, who we saw take the weekly prize Saturday.
It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he was more than capable.
I wouldn't want to be giving him a shot at double on a Champions Week. Because as we saw last Saturday, the Northern Ireland man will make you pay.
100.
Johnny Barnes is turned now to fire in his second maximum of this match. You say Barnes has built some confidence up ahead of his Group C campaign over the next 2 days?
Yeah, it does look like it.
95.
Van der Velde, the World Youth runner-up, of course, after missing 5 match starts against Jan van Veen, was obviously really kicked on in his own career. Van der Velde, obviously, he's still
59.
a baby when it comes to this sport.
32.
As Barnes can bring us level at 2 legs apiece.
No score.
Van der Velde well back, but after watching him these past 3 days, I really like his action.
100.
Just no head movement, laser focus. There's not a lot that can go wrong. Oh, that was nice from Barnes. Now that's just showing off.
Yeah, it is indeed.
Fifth leg, it's Jurgen to throw first.
It is indeed. I had a message to say one of our guys that have played at Lakeside for years and years are one of the security guards. Dave
137.
Bothwick has had a procedure on his leg and watching the darts today. The procedure in hospital yesterday. I hope you're well,
55.
Dave. Thank you very much for looking after us all those years on the security, and we hope that you recover well from the little procedure you had on your leg yesterday.
140.
And we look forward to seeing you soon. And thanks to Sarah for letting us know that you were
41.
off in hospital having that procedure yesterday.
$96.
Van der Velde leaving a finish after 9 darts, but Barnes well back. But that's much better from the Barnstormer.
$96.
Yeah, good last from Van der Velde, leaving double 16. But Barnes can fill it up.
180. You require 32.
Can Van der Velde hold his nerve after a maximum from Barnes?
Game shown
You
the
bet your
fifth leg.
boots he can.
Jurjen van der Velde.
Just everything's saying that it's his day today, isn't he? Very focused.
Sixth leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Doing extremely well.
100. $134.
Yeah, it's been real impressive stuff
85.
from the 22-year-old Dutchman so far today. This is where he has normally slowed down a bit.
125.
There's no signs of slowing down today. The 2 previous days he's won his opening 3 matches and then just tailed off a bit, didn't he? And suffered a couple of defeats towards the end of the sessions, but things are different today.
Yeah, he doesn't seem in that mood today, does he? He doesn't seem to be in a very generous mood. He's
58.
grabbing everything he can get his hands on, and fair play to him. Playing lovely today.
84.
Johnny Barnes just running shy of a 90 average. He's playing lovely again in this one and seems to have walked into another one, doesn't he?
Now, if he can hit this treble 19, which he can, we could be on for a show-stopping finish. The marker was there. Just goes the wrong side of it, however. That would have been special. As Van der Velde climbs the ladder and takes the match. First sign of emotion. A roar from Van der Velde to seal a 4-2 win with a Shanghai finish. That was seriously impressive. Barnes with an air of consistency about him, but he just, once again, falls short. Jurjen van der Velde will be in Group B, a 95 average with a decent percentage on the outer ring as well. Coming up after the break, it's Ricardo Ham against Lee Evans.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back. Now, there's only one little puzzle left to solve in this Group A, and it's where this man is going to end up over the course of Thursday and Friday. Lee Evans, will he be in Group B or will he be in Group C? That is the question. If he was going to get a spot in Group B, then he needs to round off his day with back-to-back successes, starting with a win over this man, the Ham
Ricardo
Man,
to throw first.
Ricardo Ham.
Game on.
Yeah, well, he started the day, Evs, wanting to make an assault on Group A. That kind of hasn't panned out.
45.
And now he could be struggling to make Group B even.
Yeah, it's a straight tussle between Lee and Jensen Walker, who face off in the final round of matches in this round-robin format. Ricardo Ham already secured in Group C alongside Johnny Barnes.
Yeah, looking realistically, he's going to need something out of this game to be out of trouble Jensen, because otherwise, if he loses this one, that result won't really matter.
There's signs of a bit of frustration from Ricardo there, who will be changing his shirt after this match. He's going to trial a new darts top that he has received.
140.
Ooh, I wonder what it could be.
Well, we haven't wasted our time with ham and pig puns for 3 days for no reason, surely.
Exactly. Sorry about the sarcasm in my tone.
94.
It's like, oh, you're a Scotty dog. What on earth could be on your shirt? A tractor.
85.
Evans then
67.
to get off to the perfect start. Working his way inside,
51.
but not far enough. No pressure, though, on that outshot.
60. Lee requires 16.
If Lee Evans came to me and asked me where it's kind of gone wrong this week for him, I would have to tell him it's been that outer ring. He's not been...
Game shot on the first leg, Lee Evans.
It's not been good on the doubles. He's been on point with the scoring. There's no two ways about that. But sometimes when he gets there, he doesn't convert the double. And if he's going to progress from whichever group he goes in, he's going to have to get those doubles sorted.
100.
And back in the treble, as is Evans, with a 2 treble visit of his own. He knows due to that
60.
deficit in leg difference, he really needs a big win here to give himself that chance against Jensen Walker in our final round of matches.
38. $60.
Evans there with his well-chalked darting hand.
90.
Rescuing the visit with his 3rd dart, but Ham once again just
100. Lee require 110.
searching for that elusive treble, which he did find, but that's not an ideal start for a 110 out from Evans. Choices to be made.
45.
Went the ball route.
I can see why it was, yeah, you know, with hand back on 181, no real desperation other than to
65.
Get the score down a little closer. Nicely done.
Game shot on the
Even
second
better
leg.
done. So
Lee
nice.
Evans.
You could have walked up to the board and couldn't have placed them
to throw first.
any better than what Lee Evans threw there. That was point perfect.
Yeah, and that's what he's looking to do every throw, and I think he gets a little bit disappointed when he doesn't.
31.
Which is understandable. Nobody goes up there to throw him in the wrong place all the time.
$100.
Wrestling with it there.
140.
That's a good visit from Ham. Needed that.
$40. $60. $100.
Levelton then for Evans.
100.
With Ham firing back with one of his own.
Again, drift into the 5. It's been a trait so far this week
81.
for Lee Evans.
Ricardo, you require 170. $100.
So back-to-back tons from Ricardo Ham. Evans looking to set up a finish. Choosing to stay up on the 20s, but
70.
Ham just going the wrong side of the wire. And It's tops for Ricardo Ham. That was a bit of a flyer.
85.
Yeah, went the right way so that he didn't bust the opportunity by going 12 for tops. Treble 20 for double 5.
Game shot.
Seen him do it already once today. Now he's done it twice.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Lee Evans doing exactly what he had to do
140.
to try and nick a place in Group B at the expense of Jensen Walker. Jensen, though, still very much favourite to take up that place in Group B tomorrow and Friday night.
$84. $140. $99.
I mean, this would have been an absolute dream stepping onto the stage for Lee Evans. He's not really been pressed by Ham
140.
until now, really.
No, absolutely. It's been a little bit processional, hasn't it?
96. Ricardo.
We haven't had too many of those in this group.
We certainly haven't. But Ham going high there. No danger of busting to leave tops. But Evans has a chance now to wrap this one up in quick fashion. 17 for a match start at tops.
62.
Misses just underneath.
Require 40.
And he may have to go through all the hard work again. He has got to go through all the hard work again. Ricardo Ham.
Fifth leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
Wins the leg in 13 darts.
$60.
But straight away, the advantage is with Lee Evans, especially with that opening dart. Needs to stay straight to take full advantage.
$60.
Six from Ricardo, but not what he's looking for at the minute. Needs a few of those trebles if he's going to get himself back in this game. He's on throw, so has to take advantage of it, and it's just not happened today like it did yesterday for him. Ricardo was quite impressive yesterday, but today he seems a little bit down in the dumps today, doesn't he? He's not performed like he did the first 2 days. Maybe that's because he's resigned to the fact of where he's going group-wise.
Yeah, I think you're right with that. He, the same as Johnny Barnes, knew that there was a high likelihood, barring a minor miracle, in fact, that both of those players would be taking up places in Group C through a real fault of their own. As we've seen, it's a highly competitive week here at the Super Series.
$30. Lee require 85.
So Evans then to wrap this one up this time. A match start has already been and gone, and he's going to get another one now.
53.
He'll be back though.
41. Lee require.
Here we go then for Evans.
Yeah, looks like he's going to wrap it up here. Double 16. And that's exactly what he does. A 16 dart leg for Evans on double 16. Wins this one 4-1. Leaves himself in with an outside chance. Flipping Jensen Walker to that Group B spot. stats, just shy of 90 for Evans, 44% on his double-in. We head into a short break, and when we return, it's Jurjen van der Velde taking on Steve Beaton.
Welcome back then as we enter the final round of games in this round robin format in Group A. We have our group winner in the shape of the bronze Adonis Steve Beaton, and Jurjen van der Velde has booked his spot in Group B also. Those are the latest results there. Beaton a 4-2 winner over Jensen Walker, and Lee Evans still has a shot of a place in Group B with a 4-1 success over Ricardo Ham, who alongside Johnny Barnes will take their spots in Group C. There is the table for you. As you see, the only quandary left to solve is that little mid-division there between Jensen and Lee. Those two face off in the match following this one between Jurjen van der Velde and Steve Beaton. The top two going head-to-head on stage now. Scott Mitchell still alongside me, as he has been for 3 days. And as the finish line is in sight in this Group A campaign, Steve Beaton will be getting a well-deserved 2 days off.
Yeah, indeed he will, and that's his plan. That was his plan on Monday, to try and get through these 2 days.
Game on.
With a couple of days off at the end of the week, and that's exactly what he's done. Didn't look likely yesterday when he lost his first 2 games of the day, but really did bounce back, and I think the turning point for Steve's belief was yesterday against Jensen Walker. That last game, he did absolutely steamroller him yesterday in the last game when Jensen had been playing so well all day yesterday. And I think that kind of set him up for today, and then he had to sit back in his armchair and watch the first 2 matches of the day, where we saw Lee Evans, who was a contender to the top spot, losing out to Johnny Barnes first game on, and Jensen Walker lost out to Van der Velde.
70.
So then it left Steve not having a great deal of work to do, and fair play to him. He won his first 3 games and clinched the spot, really.
Yeah, taking today's action in isolation, something has to give between these two. Both unbeaten coming in
65.
to this match. Again, isolating today's play, aside from the rest of the week. And the way these two have been going, something as fairly minor as Van der Velde having the darts could be the difference, but beaten
64
can change that straight away here by taking out this 65, which of course he does. That's what Steve Beaton does.
Of course he does, and
second leg, it's Steve to throw first.
They're 1-1 in head-to-head. The score on both is 4-2. And they both won when they had the throw. So is that an indication here? Van der Velde has the throw. Should he be winning? Is that the instigator in the piece? Who knows? But with Beaton with a break,
95.
he is looking good so far, early doors.
Yeah, both these two players have looked very good throughout today's play.
100.
Yeah, these have been the 2 standout players today, haven't they? That's for sure.
100.
Unbeaten to this point, 4 out of 4 for the pair, and yeah, they're good for the good value for that as well, I would say.
93.
But this is just another level from Steve Beaton, which he's found when it matters most on more than one occasion over the past 3 days, which is why he has come out of this group very much on top.
My feelings is, if Steve Beaton was still had his card and he was still playing the Pro Tours, he would still be more than competing. You know, the levels are still there for him. I mean, maybe that's why he gave up his card rather than sit there and wait for it to go, because he'd have probably been 72 before he lost it.
Absolutely. The consistency he's shown at a high level. Yes, Jurgen. It is your throw. But the consistency, high level that Steve Beaton has displayed. I mean, ton plus averages from Steve haven't been out of the ordinary so far this week.
81.
Like you say, Scott, he can still do it all right at the top level.
I would be interested to know, you know, how much he has to practice to keep these levels up. Maybe, you know,
100.
Because they're there. They're just still there. Or maybe the levels are kept up because there's an element of freedom in what he's doing now. He's doing it for fun rather than
58.
Than doing it for rankings and doing it for points, doing it financial reward. From when we spoke on Monday, he's just really enjoying the game again.
Yeah, it seemed like he was having the time of his life. As Van der Velde
140.
goes close to a maximum, but he's been in great form on and off the hockey all week.
93.
Yeah, he has. It just... His attitude is perfect for this place, isn't it? He just takes it for what it is and...
137, Steve. 127. $99. Yeah, your number 148.
Van der Velde now has an opportunity to get a leg on the board. Double 16.
16. Steve.
Chance comes and goes. And Steve Beaton takes the chance
Steve Beaton
with both hands and goes 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. $58. $46.
Was a bit of a free hit for both these players. Nothing was going to change. Both had confirmed their final
69.
standings in the table. Van der Velde runner-up, Beaton, of course, as group winner. Van der Velde fires in a maximum,
180.
which is the first of this match.
58. $65.
Steve a little way behind here.
78.
On his own throw. Van der Velde in pole position now to finally get a leg on the board
96.
before it's too late.
Yeah, trying to stop the whitewash, isn't he?
60. Yeah, your number 114.
First sign of disappointment we've seen on Beaton's face this week. That non-treble throw from Beaton.
74. $58.
So
Yeah,
Van
your
der Velde
number
will return
140.
for tops. It would be a breaker throw, which would be enough to keep Beaton on his toes, but
Game shot on the fourth leg.
he does
Yeah,
manage
Van
to
der
take
Velde.
the leg, but threatened
Fifth leg,
to
it's
mess it up
Jurgen to throw
slightly.
first. Game on.
Crisis averted from Jurgen van der Velde.
$57. $59.
Beaton's still 5 points ahead on the average, which you expect when he's 3-1 up.
58. $85.
Still, with the group wrapped up, there was still disappointment etched on the face of Steve Beaton there as he put his final dart the visit into the 5. Ever the
58.
perfectionist.
$60. $60.
Bit of frustration from both players.
I was just about to say the same, yeah.
100.
I suppose when it is a bit of a dead rubber match that you just want to get on with it, play well, get off, I suppose.
Yeah, I suppose you do.
82. 129.
Well, that was a bit more like it. As Beaton will return
40.
for a match start
Steve, you're required
at
68.
minimum. And that match start will be for double 16.
36. Yeah, you're number 146.
This would be a mighty arse. Which way does this young man go? Does he go the old-fashioned way, or does he go the 19s route, the new way? Oh, he's going the new way. Look at his eyes.
$114.
Nearly saves the match with it, but it's now Beaton returning for 32.
Double 8 goes in, and the group
Steve
winner
Beaton.
goes through the card on day 3 of 3 of Group A. Steve Beaton has made it look simple. And he gets the better of the group runner-up, Jurjen van der Velde. We'll see more of van der Velde in Group B over Thursday and Friday night. But it's Steve Beaton that races through the card and gets a 4-1 win.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge here at Portsmouth, and we have our group winners. You can see the table there with just a couple more matches left to play. Steve Beaton has asserted his dominance and has won Group A and booked his place into finals night on Saturday. Just one more thing left to sort out, really, and that is where Jenson Walker and Lee Evans will be plying their trade over Thursday and Friday. We'll find that out shortly, but I'm delighted to be joined by the Group A winner. Steve, congratulations.
Yeah. It was another tough day. We got, like I said the other day, we got a tough group here, and every day's different. And I'm glad I got off to a good start. Really
tough group, but tough week. But coming through unscathed from Group A means you don't have to worry about Group B or Group C, where looking at the lineup, it doesn't really get any easier for these boys.
No, I've seen who's coming in the rest of the week. I mean, yeah, it's going to be some good games again, and it'd be nice to have a few days off now and then get myself ready for Saturday.
Will you go back home, or will you hang around Portsmouth for the next 2 days? Maybe have a day trip up the Spinnaker?
Well, you never know. Yeah, I might pop home. I'll see how things go. But it'd be just nice to have a breather really for a few days, and not play any more darts really. Just have a bit of a break.
There was a crucial moment at the end of yesterday's play, I feel, that Jenson Walker was absolutely flying through the card, hitting some tremendous scores, some big outshots as well. That was until the last game of the day where you showed the young kid who's boss.
Yeah, I mean, I knew if we'd all be level, so I had to give it one big in at the end. Fortunately, he didn't get going at all, and it was 4-0. And I just jumped all over him there. But yeah, so it made it interesting for today. I knew where I stood for today then. All I had to do was just keep waiting, because I was third game on today, so I could watch a few games first for a change instead of being first on. And it was a bit more interesting for me today just to watch them drop down, and then I could just pick it up then.
Well, you've gone through the card today, but would you say that game in particular yesterday was arguably a turning point?
Yeah, definitely, because if I'd have lost that, I'd have been like 4 points behind, so it'd have been a huge difference then, the swing. So, yeah, definitely yesterday. Obviously, he knocked his confidence today. He hasn't played that well today, unfortunately, but, they'll fight it all out. But Saturday, I could be meeting them again on Saturday. They could be totally different games, so Jenson might have me there on Saturday. You never know. I was glad to beat Lee in the end, because that was the third time playing him. So, like I say, it's a tough group, and, I'm glad to get through.
Looking ahead then to Saturday, where you can get your tickets now on dartshop.tv to see the Bronze Adonis in action on that stage. Obviously, you don't know who you're going to be playing yet, but you know the lineup for the rest of the week. And whoever it is that you face, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I think they've got a very good group this week. Like, I keep saying that, but I mean, you look at some weeks and then you look at this week, and I think even like you said, the other players that are coming in, in Group B and Group C, it's going to make it really interesting. So Saturday's going to be a free-for-all, I think. Whoever, kicks off well, is going to win it. So it'll be interesting.
I mean, looking even potentially further ahead from finals night, what would a spot in Champions Week mean to you, given that you've been there, done that, got the T-shirt and got the gold star on your collar as well?
I love these. Like I said at the beginning of the week, I love the competitive side of it. I've missed the competitive side of it, and I've really enjoyed this week. Even if I'd have lost this week, I'd have still have enjoyed it, and that's where I like. It's great, to be invited to these, and I'm looking forward to Saturday, and if I can win on Saturday, I'll be in Champions Week, so it'll be brilliant.
Steve, congratulations once again. Back to the stage we go now, and it's a decider to see who will be playing in Group B and who will be going to Group C as well, as Lee Evans takes on Jenson Walker. Back to Scott Mitchell in the comms box.
Yeah, many thanks, Sam. Nice job there, and it's always good to have a chat with a legend like Steve Beaton, and it's just so refreshing to see somebody of him in his twilight years, probably, it's fair to say, still enjoying the game so much, still getting so much out of the game by being around people within the game. And I just love that. The fact that he said if he hadn't made it through, he was still happy. He really enjoys the competing still. And we hear so many times now, probably at the top end of the game, where people are tired and don't want to play, and I can give this game up tomorrow and everything else. And it's just lovely to see somebody that's played for so many years to still have the love, the hunger for the game, and it's not all about the finances for him. It's about the game, and I just think we don't ever hear enough of that at the moment at the top end of it.
Yeah, he loves it, doesn't he? He was in flying form. He has been all week on and off the hockey, as we said earlier as well, and he's grinning like a Cheshire cat as he books his place for the finals night on Saturday. So then with these pair, who have had a frustrating day, I think it's fair to say, Scott, and now they're embroiled, as we see Steve in the background, strutting around the gaff.
Can't really hide in white, can you? Against a black background. Even if he'd have had a dark shirt on, we'd have seen his hair.
100.
Well, when you're a legend like Steve Beaton, you can go anywhere you want.
To be honest, he could have done a lap of honour of the hockey there and then wandered off. No problem with us. And I'm sure no problem with
100.
the Pluto TV viewers. And I'm sure they can't wait to see him again on Saturday. And I also loved in that conversation, today's today, Saturday's Saturday, these youngsters might be kicking my backside by Saturday and learnt. So, and I love that outlook as well. Super stuff. And it's, you never, these legends of the game, they just come in and brighten the place up, don't they? And yeah, that.
180.
They just make sense. You know, you've got Richie Burnett here, who's absolute box office every time he's here. And now you got
70.
Steve Beaton being very philosophical about the game and how it works. It's just lovely to hear that different line of thought.
Philosophically.
Whatever.
Jensen Walker then
Game on the first leg.
has now
Jensen Walker.
all but secured his place in Group B. He didn't need to win this game. He just needed to avoid a thrashing, and that has been avoided. And the confidence, as we've said so many times over the past 3 days, the confidence is back, and he's now flying once again with a maximum on throw.
I'd love you to wander up there and tell Jensen that he doesn't need to win this game.
57.
I think he'll tell you a few home truths. When you look at Jensen, he doesn't go out to just half win any game. He goes to win every single game. As does Lee Evans.
Who's now fighting back
140.
with a 2 treble visit of his own.
76. $71. Jensen number 149.
So, Walker has been loving his
44.
ton plus checkout so far this week. Could still potentially add another to his tally.
$95. Jensen number 105.
And add to it he could.
89.
Just shying away there from the double.
138.
Evans has a tricky assignment on his hands, which he can't complete.
78. Jensen number 16.
Walker then returns.
On the second leg, Jensen Walker.
4-8 to double his advantage. And you'll be seeing Jensen Walker play against the likes of Jim McEwen, Jamie Atkins, Chris Quantock, as well as renewing his rivalry with Jurjen van der Velde in Group B Thursday and Friday night.
140.
Lee Evans now set for Group C. Alongside Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes, who round off Group A following the conclusion of this match. As Richie Edwards Adam Smith, Neil and David Pallett join the party
100.
Thursday and Friday afternoon.
Yeah, they do, and that in itself is going to wind up the
57.
excitement on the rest of the week. It really is a good week.
140. Lee require 164.
And just looking at the two groups now written in front of me, you could make a case for
49.
every single
Jensen, you
player
require
in
161.
both groups B and C to take their spot alongside Steve Beaton
59.
on finals night this Saturday. One thing's for certain, Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson
Jensen, you require 102.
will have a lot of fun covering groups C and B tomorrow and Friday.
94. Lee require 32.
Evans now can half the deficit. Bit too high, Lee. You need another now.
16. Jensen, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Jensen Walker.
You feel Evans needs a good night's sleep tonight, don't you? And a regroup. He looks a tired soul today. And we have commented earlier, we've done all that business about him going to an ADC event last night. But
59.
yeah, he just looks like he needs his bed, a good night's rest, and come back refreshed tomorrow.
85.
And really set about him, because these kind of mistakes and the drifting and all that, it's just fatigue, it's tiredness.
140.
I know, I for one, when I'm tired, I cannot play any sense whatsoever. I make mistake after mistake. I start to lose the want
56.
to play and want to concentrate.
86.
Back in 2015, the night before the final, I was in bed at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock in the evening.
Wow.
100. Jensen, you require 82.
Did you have to feed the goats the morning of?
No. I was off for the week. So,
Game shot and the match.
Lovely done, Jensen Walker. We were having a little chat there, and away it goes. Didn't need to go full route, but he did. And he finishes the day with a win, which will cheer his day up no end. Lee Evans looks like he's heading off for his bed. Good thing for that. Here's the averages and stats. 92.49 for Jensen Walker. That'll send him into his Group B campaign with a bit of a stride in his step, or step in his stride, or whatever you want to call it. We're heading off to a short break. We come back with the last game of the day. Johnny Barnes taking on Ricardo Ham.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Oki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
The final match of Group A sees some high fashion as Ricardo Ham has got changed, and you're about to see. Look at that pig. As the new shirt gets a debut ahead of Ricardo's Group C campaign, where he will be joined by this man, Johnny Barnes, who has played all right, but he's going to finish bottom of the table. Ricardo is very happy with his new shirt, as is Scott Mitchell.
Oh, he's up there like a
Johnny's
pig in
very
Chardonnay, isn't he?
Game on.
As Barnes gets us underway,
60.
as he's going to be looking at a pig for a lot of this match.
95.
Have you brought glasses and a cigar for any of your pigs?
85.
No, I don't have pigs. I like pigs as much as I like sheep.
97.
If I want a woody jumper, I'll go and buy one down the shop. I don't want to have to look after one to get one. Oh, they're little tykes, they are, them sheep.
80.
Little tykes to look after.
Johnny Barnes.
54.
His averages have stacked up against many of these in Group A this week.
133.
Both these players
Johnny Rock 122.
will be renewing their acquaintance in Group C as Barnes eyes double seven for 122 out.
Johnny Barnes.
That is barnstorming.
It's his
Second highest
first
record
ton
over
plus
game.
of the week. He's waited to the very last game.
He knew he had one in him.
59.
Yeah, chuffed to bits for him. And like I say,
100.
he's one of those now. Needs that new group, doesn't he, to start on zero again. He knows a lot more again. I think he was here in Series 7, I heard somebody say on Monday.
100.
And that's kind of a long time ago in weeks. And so it's kind of like coming back and starting again. You don't kind of remember that
13.
sort of time here.
Well, he was a weekly finalist in the opening week of Series 7.
81.
So Johnny Barnes is no stranger to finals night, and as I said earlier on this
95.
morning, it really wouldn't surprise me to see Johnny Barnes coming through Group C and booking his spot here Saturday again.
No, me either. Me either. He showed enough.
85.
It's all about how you start that group, though. When you've had a tough Group A campaign, you've got to start that group well.
100.
You've got to get a win in your first 2 games and get you up and running.
$100. Johnny Iraq 153.
Well, he's just had one. Oh, he wasn't far away from setting up another.
129.
He really fancied it, didn't he?
76.
Sometimes on these latter games in day 3, you have to be careful that you don't over practice in the back room.
56. Johnny Iraq 124.
You can have tired arms by the end of the day, and day
James
3,
on
you're
the
not used to
second,
playing so
Johnny
many
Barnes.
games one day after the other, so over practicing is always an issue.
Third against Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, could this be a message to his Group C rivals?
125.
Johnny Barnes means business now.
$140.
Oh, this is getting ridiculous from Johnny Barnes.
180.
Teetering along with his 105 average. This is excellent stuff.
100.
95 as well for a ham, and he's getting smoked.
You just had to get one more in for good luck.
85.
I was going to say I'm here all week, but I'm not. See you Saturday.
100. Johnny Iraq 111.
Well,
71.
I tell you what, I was about to say, of course that's going to go.
161.
Johnny Barnes has stepped it up a level or two.
129.
Ham,
Johnny Iraq
with his newfound fashion,
Games
can
on
only
the
look
third
on.
leg, Johnny Barnes.
I hope Ricardo doesn't blame the new shirt.
First. Game on.
First thing I'd be blaming. Might find that in about half an hour's time,
60.
halfway up the London Road here.
$100.
You wouldn't be blaming the shirt then. You wouldn't say it would have been
60.
hampering Ricardo Ham.
No, he's not been hampered by the new shirt.
100. $36.
I mean, Ricardo's averaging a shade under 90.
81.
Finding himself 3-0 down. And could well be on to
37.
suffer a whitewash here in the final match of Group A. Meanwhile, Johnny Barnes is only just getting started.
140.
He really is. He wants another 5 games after this, doesn't he? Really, absolutely on it.
83. Johnny
You tell me that this
80.
game's a young man's sport. Go on, Johnny.
Match start.
40.
He'll be back though. And this will give Johnny Barnes such confidence going in to Thursday and Friday.
55. Johnny require 40.
So Johnny Barnes for a whitewash win. And Johnny Barnes has put Group C on notice. A 4-0 whitewash win over Ricardo Ham, who will be facing each other once more in Group C Thursday and Friday. But Johnny Barnes is just getting started. 4-0 win with his best average of the week as well, under 97. Ricardo Ham not too shabby either at 85. Join us after the break where Scott and I will be mulling over Group A. Welcome back as we have reached the conclusion of Group A on week 11 here at the Modus Super Series. Here's a little recap of what we've seen most recently. And Johnny Barnes rounding off the card with a rousing 4-0 display. More to come from him this week. But it's been all about Steve Beaton over the past 3 days, going through the card undefeated on this Wednesday with Jensen Walker and Jurjen van der Velde taking their spots in Group B later this week. Here's a look at the final table then. Steve Beaton's made it look easy at the end. Jurjen van der Velde and Jensen Walker neck and neck on 18 points apiece, and Lee Evans, Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes will take their spots in Group C. Scott Mitchell has been alongside me every step of the way this week, and it's been a really entertaining group.
It really has. It's been a no-nonsense type of group. No playing around, no messing about. They just got on with the job, and it's been Steve Beaton that comes out on top.
It absolutely has been. And yeah, just to go a bit further in depth on Steve Beaton's performances over the past 3 days, he's had a whale of a time. He's loving life, and although he's gave up his tour card, of course, but he's he's in rousing great form on and off the hockey.
Well, when you're playing like this, I mean, why wouldn't you be happy with what's going on and all around you? He's showing us that age is no barrier within darts, and he still feels like he was 20 years ago, still competing in the same manner and fashion, and everybody still sort of adores the ground he walks on. So why not? Why would you not enjoy the game?
Just goes to show that why wouldn't you want to join us here on Saturday night for finals night to see Steve Beaton in action, dartshop.tv, for all of your tickets. And his game shows no sign of slowing. There was power scoring, there was big checkouts, there was... What more do you need?
Yeah, exactly. But I just think it's this attitude towards the whole game. Why would you not keep enjoying it? When you're enjoying the game, you always play better anyway. So, you know, it's the best way to play, but not always the easiest thing to do is to be playing with a smile on your face at times because of what you expect from yourself. But Steve's playing with no expectations, and he's just really enjoying the 6 months that he's had without the card.
Looking at the rest of the participants in the group then, Jurgen van der Velde made a really late charge to potentially nick the group from Steve. Didn't happen for him in the end, but that'll give him great confidence going into Group B.
Absolutely, he really got it together, didn't he, today? And other than Steve Beaton getting him, he'd have gone 5 out of 5 today. But I don't think that will stop his momentum coming through all the way to the game with Steve. He'd had big wins in that little bracket as well. So yeah, his confidence. He can't wait for tomorrow to start. He wants it to start this afternoon.
Absolutely, and he sort of slowed on the first 2 days of Group A, didn't he? Always had the starts, but couldn't really kick on and convert. But that wasn't the case today.
I think it's another case of he'd done all the huffing and puffing and trying on Monday and Tuesday, and today he threw with a bit of freedom. And his concentration, his focus today was totally different than the first 2 days, and that produced the results for him. And I'm sure that that's something he's going to try and replicate tomorrow.
How do you think Jensen Walker will be feeling after today's play?
A little bit indifferent. You know, we spoke to him this morning, and he really felt that he had a chance of giving it a run today, and it didn't quite pan out for him early doors. So kind of his momentum got halted early doors. That hampered the middle of the group for him, and then he came back towards the end and won that last game at a canter, and maybe he goes out of the group thinking, what could have been?
That last win of the day, though, will obviously spur him on, knowing that he's dropped down to Groups B or C before and come through with flying colours.
Yeah, you know, there'll be good memories of that. He won't be too bothered that he hasn't won Group A. Yes, he came in expecting and hoping to win it. Otherwise, there's no point in walking through the door on Monday morning. But now that he's in Group B, I mean, he will not worry. He will not. He knows that he's come through that route before, either Group C or Group B, and I think you'll find that the chances are he'll come through Group B. I can't see him not.
Lee Evans has had a bit of a muddling day as well.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe his little trip out last night maybe wasn't the thing to do, and that made it an exceedingly long day yesterday because, okay, yeah, we don't start till 9:30 here, but some of the guys are in before 8, start their practice routines and going through the motions. We all have a pre-match routine. So, yeah, he'd have started that and then still been doing it at sort of 10 o'clock last night while he was playing in the vault. So maybe he'll look back and say that wasn't the greatest of ideas. He looked really jaded and tired in his last couple of games. He's looking for his bed now and start afresh tomorrow.
Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes towards the bottom end of the table in Group A, but they get a chance to reset now and are ready to go again, particularly Johnny Barnes, who finished the day with a bang and has put Group C on notice.
Yeah, and he started the day with a bang as well, didn't he? But that 1-2-2 was absolutely masterful. And, you know, he played 2 games this morning, won 1 and lost 1, but he won his last game yesterday. So he was on 2 out of 3. And that brings you a little bit of momentum. That brings your belief. You don't, as a player, you remember what games you win and what games you don't. You don't care what day they were and how are they in a row. So, yeah, and I think he showed some really good stuff today. And there by the end, playing Ricardo, I think we saw that 96, 97 average he had.
Yeah.
that was lovely, and I think I'm expecting to see more up round there. Not all the time, but I think he put a statement down to those in Group C to say he's not here to be walked over, and he can compete with any of them.
But it doesn't get any easier. Let's take a look at the breakdown then for Groups B and C. Former series champion Jim McEwen joins us tomorrow night along with Chris Quantock and Jamie Atkins. They'll be taking on Jurjen van der Velde and Jensen Walker. And Group C is also equally as stacked. Former Winmar World Master Adam Smith-Neal joins us. Former UK Open semi-finalist David Pallett joins us along with Richie Edwards. And they'll be facing Lee Evans, Ricardo Hammond, Johnny Barnes. And looking at that list, Scott, I couldn't even give you a prediction as to who's going to join Steve Beaton on finals night.
No, nor could I. And I've got to be honest with you, I'm not working the next 2 days, but I might come in and just sit in the back and watch because I want to be here. It's that good. Those two groups are that good. I think there's going to be some good games there, and there's going to be some quality. It's just who's got the mindset in the big moments, I think, is going to decide who goes where.
Considering you've got 2 days off now, I'm going to push you and just see. I want a prediction from Group B. Who's going to be lining up alongside Steve Beaton here on Saturday night?
I think Jensen Walker's coming out of that group for sure. I'm not sure about the other one. And Group C, I kind of thinking maybe Evans and Pallett maybe come out of Group C.
We will find out over the next 2 days. Scott, thank you very much for your company. It's been an absolute blast. Plenty more coming up on the Modus Super Series channel here on Pluto TV. Peter Washiri, the premiere of his Tungsten Talk. You don't want to miss this. That is coming up next. And we are live tomorrow afternoon from 1 o'clock with the opening day of Group C. Henry Deacon and the asset Paul Nicholson will be here tomorrow afternoon, as they will tomorrow night from 10 p.m. for the opening day of Group B also. And you could be with us live here at the Live Lounge on Saturday night. 7:30 we are live on Pluto TV. You do not want to miss any of the live action here at the Modus Super Series channel. So that is all we've got time for here, and that is it for Group A. It's been an absolute blast. It's been rat-a-tat-tat, but Steve Beaton has booked his place on finals night. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And the new Modus Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Thank you.